Hello there, hello there, hello there, good people of YouTube. As always, give me a second to get in the chat myself so I can see what's happening. Oh shit, let me actually uh, change the resolution to... There we are. So, today's is a special little kind of stream. Because I decided to rate and rank and whatever else you wanna call it, all the games I played in 2023, because there were a lot of them. And let me get all of this set up here, the background, because I did my homework to make this possible. Okay, go to my account, the list, and select all of the pictures. There we go. And now I can show you what we are cooking over here. So we have this right here. Can I make it a little bit bigger? And move myself. Damn. Okay, not a problem. Do this. Move it like that. Move this like that. And we should be good to go. Okay, so the whole idea is I played a lot of games in 2023, 72 of them to be precise. Maybe more. I will double check, like after all of this is done. I will go back and double check. And so I thought to myself, I really want to do something with this. At first, there was an idea to review all of them in a series of video where I would review, like, 2 minutes per game or something like that, like really crazy rapid fire reviews until I was done with everything. But after I made that Sev video, I didn't like the turnout of that, so I decided I will actually do it on stream and see what happens. And yeah, that's how I decided to officially do it. So we have S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and D tier, which is one out from 1 to like 1.5 to whatever. So like 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, and 5 out of 5. And it's like anything. Just do it times 2 to have like your score out of 10. And I have the 72 games I played and either completed or dropped. And I will be like kinda going through what I thought. Hi there, Gopal. Good to see you on the stream, my man. And I will go through like the 72 games I played in 2023 and like try to justify why I gave them such a score, which I suspect will turn into a shitstorm. And important to note, these games are not from 2023. There are like 4 games on here that came out in 2023. 5 if you count the re-release of Persona 3 Portable because it came out for PC in 2023. Those are just games from my backlog. From my backlog of games that I wanted to go through and I sort of been going through. So first, let's move this all to the waiting room. So we have 13 Sentinels, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, Alan Wake 1, the original, I didn't play the remaster, Alan Wake, American Nightmare, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I believe that is R-Star Battle R, Black Mesa, the remake of Half-Life 1, Counter-Strike 2, Deathloop, Demon Souls remake, Deus Ex Mankind Divided, and I wanna put DLCs to it right next to it. So the first DLC, System Rift, and the second DLC, A Criminal Past. Then we have Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's the remake of the original Diablo 2. Fortnite, Ghost of Tsushima, Gravity Rush, Hollow Knight, Honkai Star Rail, As Dusk Falls, Call of Duty Warzone 2, Chernobylite, Days Gone, I Am Bread, Dead by Daylight, Ico, Just Cause 1, Just Cause 2, Max Payne 1, Max Payne 2, Monster Hunter Rise, My Hero Wants Justice 2, Need for Speed Heat, Nier Replicant, which is the remake of the original Nier, Ninja Gaiden fucking Sigma or whatever. Ninja Gaiden is a very weird game. I'm not sure if this is a remake, remaster, or re-release. That game has a bunch of versions. I don't get it. Outward, Overgrowth, I think is the name. I always try to say Overgrown for some reason. Pathologic 2, Penumbra Overture, Persona 3 Portable, and then we have a bunch of and then we have Postal 2, the DLC to Postal 2, where is it? Apocalypse Weekend, and another expansion pack to Postal 2, Paradise Lost, which is whatever. When I rate it, I will get there. Then we have Postal Brain Damaged, which is a spin-off of Postal. Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 1 remake, the one from 2001, Resident Evil 3 remake, Saints Row, Got Out of Hell, Salt and Sanctuary, Silent Hill 4 The Room, Silent Hill Homecoming, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Tunic, Underrail, Witcher 3, which is I played that game before, but I only completed the whole story last year after doing like a playthrough from from complete beginning. Then we have Diablo 3, Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, which is an expansion pack to Diablo 3, Dead Cells, Judgment, Kenshi, Penumbra Black Plague, Risk of Rain 2, Scarlet Nexus, Slay the Spire, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2, which is a remake of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2, Guardians of the Galaxy, Layers of Fear, Lords of the Fallen, the one from 2014, not the new one, Lost Judgment, Mafia the Definitive Edition, and this is an expansion pack to The Witcher, so The Witcher 3, Hearts of Stone, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Eyes of Heaven, then Mass Effect 2, and Needy Streamer Overload or something like that. Witcher 3 has been sitting in my library for 3 years, lol. Well, hopefully this review hopefully this ranking convinces you to play through it, because it's a good as fucking game. I appreciate it kinda more because it takes obviously CD Projekt Red is a Polish studio and they took a lot from Polish folklore to make the game more like colorful, but it's such an amazing fucking story. Oh my god, like the world they sorta invented, or rather expanded, because The Witcher is a book series. The expansion to that world they did is so amazing. It's unlike like any other fantasy world I have seen. So okay, so let's start from the top. I'm gonna skip 13 Sentinels for now, because 13 Sentinels will require a longer section and I just wanna start this off like really quickly. So we have Alan Wake 1. Alan Wake 1 is firmly going into the middle of the B tier, so like 3 out of 5. Here I actually, you know what? Let's do it a different way. Here actually I have my, I kept a journal of all the games I played last year on backlogged.com. And let's actually start where I started. So I started this journal kinda late, so some of those games I played at the very end of 2022 actually, and they spilled over into 2023, and only then did I start like making entries like really detailed. So the first game I wanna talk about is Deathloop. And Deathloop is going straight into fucking D tier because it's a terrible game and I can't believe how bad it was. Let's see what I wrote about it actually. I wrote most of those in the heat of the moment, so they reflect kinda what I went through when I finished those games. But in this case, I never finished the Deathloop, and here is why. Multiple softlocks ruined the game for me. The gameplay is quite good, but obviously can't recommend it if game-breaking bugs are not fixed 2 years post-release. And this is very fucking true. I played this game on PC via the Game Pass, and multiple times I run into a bug where I open up my inventory and I cannot do anything. Like the game is still going, my inventory is blocking me my inventory is straight up blocking me from interacting with the game. I cannot do anything. And if you know how Deathloop plays, Deathloop is kinda like you start a level and you have to beat it before the game saves, right? I was 45 fucking minutes into a loop. I did like everything from that level I wanted to do, and the fucking inventory screen locked me in, and I would have to go back like an hour to a save an hour before that, and I just went, fuck this game, this is literally the third time it happened to me. And like a lot of people in the chat said, this is literally the worst Arcane game I played personally. I played all of the I played all of the Jesus Christ. I played Prey from 2016. I love Prey. I played all of Dishonored, like Dishonored 1, 2, all of the DLCs, Death of the Outsider. Death of the Outsider was the spin-off, right? And all of the DLCs to 1 and 2. And man, Deathloop was really the worst of it. And it still wasn't bad. The gameplay was kinda okay, but it was definitely the worst game of Arcane. Okay, I don't wanna keep yapping about Deathloop because we have a lot of games to go through. Next up is Tunic. Tunic is a wait, this is going like C tier, right? Yeah, C tier, two and a half. Tunic is a cute little indie RPG. It wears its inspirations on the sleeve, like the main character literally looks like Link from Legend of Zelda. It's cutesy. You go through the world. You fight the you fight like the monsters in your way. It looks very cool. From the graphics are very pretty. They are very cute. But it got so repetitive that I dropped it after 5 hours of playtime. Like I just didn't click with the game. I don't think the game did anything like really bad, but some backtracking, some like issues with enemy variety prevented me from placing it any way higher. Then I played Mass Effect 2 for the first time ever. I have never touched a Mass Effect game before 2023, and in 2022. In 2022, I beat Mass Effect 1 via the Legendary Edition, and then at the beginning of 2023, I beat Mass Effect 2, and holy fuck, it's such a good game. It's so good. I feel bad placing it into the A tier, which is like 4 out of 5. I might move this into bottom of the S tier because god damn, do you rarely get a game with such a cool cast of characters, such a cool story, so many choices that actually affect what happens to you. That's a shame. I think some of the endgame parts of Tunic stand with the best Zelda has to offer, but sometimes games just don't click with you. Yeah, I think honestly, like Tunic was all me. I just don't vibe with that particular gameplay style. It just looked very cute, and I knew it was short, and it was on Game Pass, so I wanted to give it a try. And yeah, I kind of bounced off of it, but Tunic is quite cool. I would recommend it to others, especially since it's like a cheap indie. And yeah, Mass Effect 2 is fucking great. On the other hand, well, let's see. Fun RPG with deep lore where choices matter, everything is a step up from Mass Effect 1. Yeah, that's all I had to like really say about it. I played like 45 fucking hours of it. I did like all of the side quests, all of the loyalty missions of my companions. Just a beautiful fucking game. I still haven't played Mass Effect 3 because I heard it's quite bad, and I feel so bad that that game can get like that franchise kinda fell off too. Okay, next up we have Slay the Spire. And Slay the Spire is another entry that I feel bad placing into A tier. I think it will be bottom of the S tier. I will adjust this later. Slay the Spire is a simple but extremely fun card game. Truly a concentrated burst of almost video game perfection. I played Slay the Spire for 15 hours. This was enough to unlock like all of the main characters and see like each type of event that is possible in this game. It was so good. I refused to stand up from PC and do my chores around the house while my run was still going strong. It was like the only thing on this list as addictive as Slay the Spire to me was Kenshi, and Kenshi fucking poisoned my life. Like I literally couldn't think about anything else other than Kenshi. And Slay the Spire was very like comparable to that. I just had to wake up, make myself coffee, start a run is in Slay the Spire, end it before I did anything in the day, and then I had to end my day by doing another run of Slay the Spire, which can take like from an hour to 2 hours to 3 hours even, depending on what you are doing. So yeah, another great game. Speaking of great games, coming up next is The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. And The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is sadly not making it into the S tier. I am very comfortable placing it in A tier. I didn't write anything about this game. I played it for 90 hours, which was just the main story. I left majority of side quests to the I left majority of the side quests and I wanted to do them like post finishing the story, and I didn't do them at all because the story took me 90 fucking hours. Okay, so The Witcher 3 is a game where you hunt monsters as this mutant, like modified human beings, especially modified to kill monsters, named Geralt. And he's like an expert monster exterminator. Like he has traps, bombs, whatever for the oils for different ghosts and ghouls and whatever, and you call him and you pay him a lot of money to get rid of like werewolves and leeches and whatever. And throughout the whole story he's looking for his kinda daughter, kinda, because not really. But that doesn't matter because the main story is you go around the kingdom and you solve like. Can you get away from the camera, please? You go around the kingdom and you solve monster problems, and it's fucking great. The side content and the things you do in main story are so good. They are so engaging. Characters are written so fucking beautifully. The only thing I didn't like is the combat. The combat is very basic, is very repetitive. It doesn't require much of you, but I am always very hard on games for their combat. So And then The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Hearts of Stone. I played through, and this thing, where is it? Um, The Witcher 3 Hearts of Stone expansion is going up there to 5 out of 5 because the main story of Witcher 3, the base game, was kind of cool. It had a lot of highs, it had some lows, right? But then this fucking beautiful masterpiece of an expansion came out. And like I said, the story clears base Witcher 3 easily, which is quite a feat because like the story of base Witcher 3 was kinda good, you know. This took me 11 hours. This might be one of the most creative things I have seen in all of fantasy. Like, a character shows up in this DLC so fucking powerful. You never see characters like that in games. You only see characters in like that in like manga and anime kinda. And they are usually like this main force. Um Characters like that are hard to establish in video games without coming off as pretentious as fuck. And a character like that shows up in this expansion, and he's kind of like a genie that grants you wishes, but they are monkey paw wishes. So there is always a twist. There is always a price to pay. And this guy is so fucking powerful. You have to do like such a complex ritual to even before you can even swing your sword at him. And the story follows you are helping out a guy who had his wish granted, but it was, you know, a twisted wish that didn't come out right. And you are helping this guy banish this genie from this world because he's clearly fucking things up. And it's such a beautiful, tragic story, and it's so full of originality. Like I said, I really think this is some top tier fantasy fucking writing when it comes to characters and the story itself. Don't wanna get can't get stun locked. We need to move on. We have a lot of games to go through. Let's go back. When you consider how far Witcher 3 stepped up from 1 and 2 in terms of combat, I honestly can't blame it for that. 2's combat was very weird and the first games was just plain bad. That is very true. I kind of forgot to mention, like, Witcher 3 is insane leap in terms of presentation, gameplay, story, the content from 1 and 2. I played 1 and 2 to completion. I quite liked 2, but the combat was really fucked up. And Witcher 1 had like MMO combat where you clicked on the enemy and Geralt attacked the enemies himself, which was fucking stupid, man. And the Witcher 3 combat is way better than Witcher 2 and 1. That is very true. That series came a long way. Then we have Ghost of Tsushima, which I am placing lower than Witcher 3. I think it is a less enjoyable game than Witcher 3, but it's still very fucking good. Like, those two tiers up here, those are goated games. Those are like some of the best games you can play still, I think. And Ghost of Tsushima is a good game dripping with atmosphere, a damn good story, a lot of things on a lot of things on the open world map is a bunch of busy work for nearly useless rewards though. That's why it's not higher than like 8 out of 10 in my opinion. Yeah, and I put like 40 hours into it. The main story of Ghost of Tsushima is so fucking good. It's truly incredible. I like the only way this game lost points in from me was the combat got really repetitive. I was doing everything I could to skip encounters at the end of the game, like throw. There is a mechanic where you throw a kunai to break enemy's guard. I was opening combat with that at the end of the fucking story. Just break his guard, run up to him, fucking gut him with my samurai sword immediately, so I have one enemy less to deal with. Uh, I was cheesing enemies with fucking bombs, with smoke bombs by throwing them and then stealth assassinating them inside the smoke bomb. I was cheesing enemies with anything I could just to end the combat as quickly as humanly possible because I did not enjoy it that much. And mainly because also I wanted to see the next story bit. The story bits in this game are incredible. I I hate that there is so much combat in it because there is a lot of fighting and it's kinda good but not that good. There are side missions where it's a 1v1 duel with swordsmen, and those are fucking goated. Those are so good, but like the main combat of the game was whatever. And a lot of things to do on the world map, like I said, were busy work with very shit rewards. So the open world aspect of Ghost of Tsushima, mm, it's cool to have those side by side because I can say that the open world of Ghost of Tsushima is nowhere near as fun as, for example, Witcher 3. Uh, but it's still a fucking good game, so it's going into A tier. And yeah, like 8 out of 10 game easily. Then we have then we have Salt and Sanctuary, another indie game that I dropped after 4 hours only. So Salt and Sanctuary is a game. Where is it? There it is. Salt and Sanctuary I'm placing below Tunic. Salt and Sanctuary is what people describe as 2D Dark Souls. Uh, there are like bullshit traps, there are some very annoying enemies, there are amazing boss fights that you have to grind against. But what made me drop Salt and Sanctuary is that enjoyed the combat and the art style, but dropped the game immediately after the game started pivoting towards being a very bad platformer couple of zones in. And this is why I dropped the game, and this is why I will not give it more than like 2.5 out of 5, so 5 out of 10. The zone I ended the game on had like tiny platforms on the treetops, and there were a bunch of archers all around, and you would try to make a fucking jump from one platform to another, and an arrow would snipe you, you would fall to the very bottom, either die and all of the enemies would respawn, or lose a bunch of HP and you had to waste healing. And there was a long way you had to go through, so wasting that healing actually killed your run anyway. And the fucked up thing is, I was enjoying Sultans actually to that point, because I enjoyed like the actual combat, where when you are on level ground with the enemy or you are fighting a boss, it's a cool like arcadey, you know, cool arcadey swing your sword and kill the enemy, but uh, like those platforming sections were fucking stupid, and I read on the internet that they get so much worse towards the end of the game. I decided I am fucking dropping the game. Anor Londo Archer, but a whole level. Yeah, and even that analogy even that analogy barely works, because the Anor Londo Archers is like one section, and if you beat it, there's a bonfire right there, right? I beat this level I am talking about, and there was no bonfire after it, and I just got killed by a fucking random enemy in the next zone. Like, that felt so shit and unfair. I like immediately took insult to that and dropped the game. Like Dark Souls 1, the most bullshit Dark Souls of them all, is way more fair than Salt and Sanctuary in my book. Then we have Overgrowth, a game I really like, and the consensus is it's not as good as I rated it. Like, as you can see on this website, the average rating is 3 out of 5. I have it as 4 out of 5 personally. And this is my explanation. This is a short game with some of the most thrilling combat I had the pleasure to experience. There is a story, but I'm going to be real, it's not great and not the reason why you should experience Overgrowth. I loved it so much that I'm going to overlook the bad platforming included in the game, only to pad out its length. So Overgrowth is... Overgrowth is... I'm going to put on some gameplay to show you good people, because I believe like most people never seen this game. This is gameplay by Lacri. Overgrowth Ending Walkthrough Gameplay Part 5. And Overgrowth is this really cool fighting game. It's very furry, as you can see. There are only furry characters, which is, I swear to God, it's not why I like it. It's the fighting. The fighting is incredible, man. Enemies, you can disarm yourself and the enemies. The hand-to-hand combat is some of the best fucking fighting I have ever seen in my entire life. All of the enemies and the weapons are so reactive. You can knock out swords out of hands of your opponents and then skewer them. Kind of like this. You can throw your weapons and they can block it or catch it if they are good enough. You can like wall bounce into a fucking high kick. You can slide to knock them off balance. There are so many cool things you can do in this game. It's honestly fucking incredible, but the story is so bad. The story is just some like furry like some furry shit, and also there is a lot of platforming because you are a bunny man and he jumps really far, right? So they included a bunch of platforming sections, which I hate. But being this rabbit man has its advantages, because you can jump and you can fucking kick the head off your enemy if your jump lands directly on him. And that's what this is the thing. This is my favorite move in the entire game, where you jump and you bounce off the enemy to like knock him off balance. It's so fucking fun to do. And the enemy AI is actually good at picking up your playstyle, so they will adapt to your moves. So you need to adapt to their moves. And it's honestly, it's the best fighting game I have ever fucking played. But there are other games that make it kind of painful to play, like the platforming and the furries. The story is just so bad. And the story is just all text. There is no voice acting. There is nothing like that. The music is also very like whatever. It's kind of there. So it's gonna be bottom of A tier. I couldn't bring it like anywhere higher on this list. sadly. But it's a good game. Then we have Resident Evil 1 remake from 2002, and this is a very controversial pick. So where is it? Resident Evil 1 remake is going into I refuse to rate it category. This is the only game that will be here. I don't want to give Resident Evil 1 remake a rating because wait, there we go. I played this game for only an hour. That is why I will not rate it. That is not enough in my opinion. I'm not going to rate the game because I dropped it really early on. The environments are amazing, the game is just eye candy, and the survival horror gameplay is perfect, except for the fucking tank controls, which are terrible. They just make the game frustrating to play. I also hate the door transition animations that take ages. Obviously, this is a leftover from the console days, the loading screens. This game was definitely not for me. And the specific point I quit at was the balcony with like 3 dogs, and you had to kill one of them for a key, I believe. And this was a combination of 3 things. I fucked up. That was the first step, right? I made a mistake that is completely on me. Then the camera spun around because fucking tank controls, which was the game's fault. And then the dogs stun locked me to death, which was the composition of the previous 2 problems. And I died, and I lost a lot of progress because I didn't think I would need to save this early on. So I was like, you know what? I am not enjoying myself and I don't want to repeat all of that. I'm good, thank you. And I kinda quit it. The game looks and it sounds amazing. It's so beautiful, but I cannot play games with tank controls. I am so fucking sorry. I tried Resident Evil 0, it was the same thing. I just hate tank controls. Speaking of things I hate, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. This is going into the D tier. Where is it? There we go. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is going into D tier. I don't know if it's like... Okay, I'm going to put it below Deathloop. No wonder you reacted so strongly to Merchant Gothic. Yeah. Tank controls combined with Proto Dark Souls dogs with a fixed camera is a disaster for people who didn't grow up with it. The only classic Resident Evil I played was Resident Evil 3. And I think Resident Evil 3 is like much easier than 1 and 2, right? Because you get a bunch more ammo, and like Resident Evil 3 I could beat no problem, but holy fuck, going back to Resident Evil 1, and I was even playing Jill, which is the easier campaign, and I just got fucking crushed, man. Anyway, back to the Guardians of the Galaxy. There is a psyop going around the internet that this is a good game. Like even here, it's almost 4 out of 5. This is I don't know what this is. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what these people played. I don't know what these people played, but Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy was really bad for me personally. Maybe I'm wrong, you know. So like very boring combat. 90% of my first 2 hours, I played this only for 2 hours. 90% of my first 2 hours was walking down a corridor, listening to Forspoken level dialogue. I genuinely do not understand why people praise this game so much. I assume Guardians of the Galaxy being in the name is the reason. The jokes and the dialogue in this fucking game was atrocious. And I wanna underline something, right? I really like all 3 of Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And this wasn't even Marvel dialogue. A lot of people say Marvel dialogue, you know, to describe like really bad dialogue between characters. This wasn't Marvel dialogue. This was fucking terrible. Like, all of the jokes did not land with me, and I was just waiting for the next combat section to start so I can fight something. And the dialogues just kept going, and the cutscenes just kept going, and the game didn't allow me to fight anything, and I was so fucking bored for 2 hours. This was such a waste of my goddamn time. I really hated this. And the combat itself was very mid from like all of the encounters, but I only really played the fucking tutorial encounters because then the story started happening and unskippable cutscenes, unskippable dialogue, walk and talks, and everything. Just like, I'm sorry. Might be me issue, but I really hated it. Next up is Scarlet Nexus. I picked up Scarlet Nexus because somebody said it's kinda like what's the anime Dark Souls called? Anime Dark Souls. Oh, Code Vein. I really liked Code Vein. It's like Dark Souls, but you design your little fucking anime character, and you have like spells and whatever. Somebody said Scarlet Nexus is kinda like that. I tried it. It wasn't. So I played for 3 hours. I abandoned it. The gameplay was so promising, but what stuck out way more than the gameplay was the unimpressive narrative with the flat, frankly generic anime characters. The cutscenes are so jarring they take you out of the experience every single time they play. And yeah, I wanna Scarlet Nexus cutscenes. I wanna show you guys how cutscenes look in this fucking game. Like, the game itself looks fine. You know, it's obviously anime. Not everybody is gonna vibe with the anime. But the game looks fine, right? And like, you have, yeah, it's a standard cutscene, whatever. The anime woman is speaking to you, whatever. See, this is fine. This is normal. I can live with this. And then the cutscenes de-evolve into this.
Those 2 girls over there were cute.
This was every single fucking cutscene after the prologue.
I can't believe your family grave is a tourist spot. You sure are an elite.
And there is so much dialogue and cutscenes in this game, and you are just looking at JPEGs. And I was like, what the fuck are we even doing here? And yeah, the exposition is very anime. I think the writing is not great. A lot of characters are very tropey, and uninteresting. The most promising thing out of this, thing out of this was the combat. The combat is actually pretty fucking good. But the game didn't want to focus on the combat. It wanted to focus on the story and the cutscenes. Like, the combat is a pretty solid character action thing, and my favorite mechanic is that you can use your telekinesis. It's that thing right there, R2, hold R2, and drag cars into enemies from the background and fucking stunlock them with the car. That's such a cool mechanic. I think, oh look, he's doing it right now. Okay, he went for a finisher. Like, the combat was cool, but the game didn't want to fucking focus on that combat at all, so I had to drop it. Expositions using persona panels, but like, if persona panels were completely fucking soulless, because the persona, like the persona sprites actually at least look decent. Those character models don't look decent for that type of cutscene at all. Where the fuck is it? Scarlet Nexus, Scarlet Nexus, Scarlet Nexus. Did I place it already? Is it here? Should be here. I am so blind. Okay, it's not here, it's not here, it's not here, not here. Oh, there it is. Like, even the fucking even this thing, the cover is not that interesting. I will place it below Tunic because I think I would rather finish Tunic before I went back to this thing. So it's gonna be there, but the combat was so good, man. And then right after Scarlet Nexus, I played As Dusk Falls. Oh man. Speaking of bad fucking cutscenes, man. Holy shit. This is gonna be bottom of C tier. Oh my god. This game tries very hard to pretend that your choices matter. But if you played Telltale games before, you probably know all of the tricks by now. If you saved someone, they will die anyway or leave the story like 10 minutes later, rendering your choice pointless. The narrative is interesting enough, but failed to keep my attention to the very end. I played 5 hours, I rated it 2 out of 5. As Dusk Falls is a... As Dusk Falls is like The Walking Dead, the Telltale The Walking Dead. So it's a narrative game where you pick stuff. And it looks like this. The art style got shitted on so badly because it's just still images, kinda. And I will be real with you, it didn't bother me that much. But I know a lot of people were fucking pissed at this art style because it is... I mean, it's barely a fucking video at this point, it's a slideshow.
Looks like you're ready for the next level.
But the voice acting carries like these cutscenes, I guess.
What's the next level?
You ask me.
When a lot of things are happening, this game starts looking very goofy, like a lot of motion. And like the premise of the game is interesting. You play as the... Is it AI generated? No, this came out before the AI generated boom. This game came out in 2023, like a year before that thing started happening. I will be real, some of the story is very interesting. But like, I was done as soon as I chose to save a guy, right? He was going to get fucked up by the police. And I saved him. And 5 minutes later, in the very next scene, he dies in a fucking car crash, rendering my choice completely pointless. And I was like, fuck this game, I am not giving it the time of day anymore, because Jesus Christ. And then I played Hollow Knight, which was one of the two only games that made it into the 5 out of 5 zone, the literal masterpiece, literal highest rating you can give any game. I only had 2 games out of all of those that earned like 5 out of 5, and Hollow Knight was one of them. Because holy fuck, this game is so good, I can't believe it. Lives up to the hype surrounding it, and then still delivers more than you can imagine. I did not 100% it, but I have to go back and do it at some point. I think everybody here knows what Hollow Knight is, and kinda how it looks. I went into this game overhyped as fuck, and the game still delivered. I couldn't believe it. This is one of the most hyped indie games I have ever seen, and it still like was better than people were hyping it up to be. I couldn't believe it. Just the gameplay was so fun. And yeah, I am also one of those poor souls waiting for Silksong. Hollow Knight is like a platformer combat game, kind of like, you know, Castlevania's, Metroids. You go around, you punch very cute bugs. The final challenges in the game are brutal, but the game is so good. This is also a very important thing. This game had like 4 or 5 DLCs, and they were all free. Holy fuck. The developers of this game are so generous. There is so much like extra content you can do, including those impossibly brutal challenges. Like there is an arena with empowered bosses and some new ones, and it's hard as fuck. So if the game is too easy for you, at some point you will run into content that will meet your expectations, I would say. The music, the art style, the gameplay, it's just one of the best games I have ever played. Yeah, the Pantheons. Then I played Ninja Gaiden Sigma. This is a very this guy knows what's up with this game. Hey, let's make our rocket launcher guy and put him in every fucking fight. It will be for sure fun for the 120th time. Don't worry about it. Ninja Gaiden is one of the very early entries into like character action games. You know, like Devil May Cry, Bayonetas, and whatever. And I think it's kind of mid. It's very mid. I dropped it after 4 hours. I can't believe people bring up this game when talking about games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. It's slippery and frustrating when you fail, and then when you are doing good, you don't feel like you're doing anything special. That pretty much sums up my experience with Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which is like an enhanced edition of Ninja Gaiden 1. I think, I'm not sure, it had a lot of re-releases. So Ninja Gaiden Sigma is firmly going into like the middle here. I don't know, man. I will gladly place it like above Scarlet Nexus, but below Tunic. Ninja Gaiden Sigma, like I said, when you are doing something cool in a video game like Devil May Cry, you feel fucking cool. You feel like a beast. Ninja Gaiden feels like League of Legends. If you win the game, if you execute all of the enemies, if you do the most perfect, best plan you could ever do in the game, you don't feel anything. You just felt like, oh, I won, I guess. I kinda did the cool thing. I'm not sure how much of that was me and how much of that was the game allowing me to be cool at this moment. And then when you fail a challenge, you will destroy your entire setup and curse this game and send pipe bombs to the developers. Like, I just didn't want to play it at all. Can I do something to... Shit. Okay, never mind. I wanted to like expand this list. So then we have Need for Speed Heat. So this game, I haven't played Need for Speed in a long while. The last Need for Speed I played before Heat was I believe Undercover or something like that. I played all of the classics, like, you know, what is it called in English? Blacklist, and the fucking Underground series, of course. And I followed Need for Speed for a little while longer, but the games that were coming out were so fucking uninteresting, I completely stopped following it, and I randomly decided to pick up Heat because it was on Game Pass. And it was good. It was really good. I rated it 7 out of 10. And here's what I wrote out for it. After a long break from the franchise, I picked this up via the Xbox Game Pass, and it's pretty good. I like the environments, the driving is very satisfying, actually requires some work on your part in certain races. I don't really like the split between, there's a split between day and night races. Mostly because day races are just a straight downgrade in every aspect, but you are forced to engage with them to progress. For those of you who don't know, this game had a mechanic where day races were legal and they had actual, like, the actual course of the race was set up. There were no cops, there were no other cars on the road. You were just driving through a completely legal race. And it was boring as fuck. And then the night races are the races with like traffic and police chasing you in the middle of the race. And they were cool as fuck, but legal races earned you money and illegal races earned you reputation or something like that, and you needed money for upgrades and you needed reputation to unlock like better upgrades, so you needed to do both of them, and I never wanted to do day races. And after 8 hours of playing this, I shelved it, which is, I will definitely come back to play more of it because when I'm in the mood, because it's fucking good. And then we move on to Pathologic 2, which is it feels wrong to like place it below Need for Speed. Any Need for Speed game after Most Wanted lost its magic for me. I know it's nostalgia though, since the game was really easy if you weren't in the middle of a chase. No, Most Wanted had that special factor, I think. It had a really cool idea for like all of the setups. but those two new ones, Heat and Unbound, seem like good games. There was also like, I think Hot Pursuit, the remake, supposedly was really good. I never tried it, but most of new Need for Speed games were actually bad. There was that one very heavily advertised, which was just awful dogshit garbage, where you were basically playing a movie of Fast and the Furious, like doing hijackings on the highway. I forget what's that called, but there definitely have been a dip in quality in Need for Speed games, but those latest ones actually kinda are right. If you are looking for a solid like arcade racing game, I would recommend the newer Need for Speeds. Okay, then we have Pathologic 2. This is a very controversial take because I don't like Pathologic. So I rated it 3 out of 5, which is like 6 out of 10. And this is what I wrote. I wrote, Pathologic 2 made great strides to make the awful experience of Pathologic 1 actually playable, and it still did not deliver for me. The game is just kinda really boring. The unique setting, interesting dialogue, and characters do not offset the simple fact that you are doing literally nothing 80% of your playthrough, which is just, walking forward pretty much. Yes, I did play Pathologic 2. I did not finish it. I played it for 10 hours and I think I made it to fucking day 6 or 7, something like that. I pretty much did half of the game. I did not finish it. The game is supposedly hard and brutal, except for the fact you can easily game it with quick saves and picking and stealing from one district of the beaten path to pillage for supplies over and over, and it takes care of all your money, hunger, and health problems for your entire playthrough. Could not bear to finish it. I get that you can have despair, paranoia, and tedium as intended reactions from your audience, but there are plenty of games that also do that and also provide some gameplay in your fucking video game. I was very angry at Pathologic 2. Pathologic, both classic and 2, feels like an art house film, but a video game, like a straight social experiment. That is so correct, in my opinion. I was very angry at Pathologic 2 after I wrote that review because I kind of felt like I'm wasting my time trying to get to like the next story beat. Now I'm less angry, but I am like, I don't think I will ever go back and finish that game because it's just, it's not the experience I am looking for in my video games, you know. It's cool if the game gets weird and experimental and art housey, let's say, but not at the sacrifice of gameplay. And I think Pathologic absolutely sacrificed gameplay to be weird and art housey, and I did not like that. I think like gameplay is sacred in your video games and it needs to be at least somewhat good, you know. Then I played JoJo's Bizarre Adventure R Star Battle R. This one is, where is it? This is All Star Battle R. This one is going like right here, I think. Pathologic is a good game to watch and talk about, but not a good game to play. That is also very correct because like even even H Bomber guy who did like a huge video on Pathologic doesn't recommend playing it. He kind of recommends like watching it. He then said like 2 is much better and you should play that one, but even 2 for me, like, it's a good game. It's a 6 out of 10 game. It's not like, it's not bad by any means, but it's definitely not that interesting, you know. It's not interesting enough to where I would say, yeah, for sure, go ahead and go and play this. Let me sip some Monster. Oh shit. Because I'm getting... Jesus Christ, I am getting so tired from talking so much. But this is primarily a talking stream, so you know how it is. Then I played JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R. And it's cool, I guess. Here's what I wrote. A friend who loves it put me up to play a couple of matches against each other since the game entered the Xbox Game Pass, and upon playing a couple of matches, there's not a single thing I like about this video game and its systems. I'm not a big fighting game guy, played a ton of Tekken 3, 5 and 7, some Mortal Kombat 9, 10 and 11, some arena fighters like My Heroes 1 Justice, some party fighting games like Brawlhalla and Multiversus. Every single one of those games I liked way better than All-Star Battle R. The controls and inputs for special moves are unbearable to me personally, but I won't rate the game too harshly since it's clearly a personal preference thing. It's just a fighting game thing. Some fighting games are perfect for you, and then others feel goddamn terrible. This is the one that felt really bad to me. There was a response to my review actually that was pretty funny. Let me see if I can actually find it. Hold on, can I do this? There it is. A guy responded to this review and said, "Nah man, you're 1000% correct on this one. It's a really shitty fighting game mechanically, but it's still fun just because it's JoJo's." So yeah, this is clearly like a product made for JoJo fans. I am a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fan, but I still did not enjoy this one. Sadly, it's going below Ninja Gaiden Sigma, but above Scarlet Nexus and those other games. And then what do we have here? Persona 3 Portable. This is the only way I ever completed Persona 3. This is the re-release for PC, which happened last year. And it's going into here, I think top of B tier for me. So Persona 3 is a great story. I love the characters, I love the story, but the rating this game is getting is low. Lol, the brand selling itself, you know, you struck gold when something you made can make a subpar side product and still sell. Yeah, kinda true. Like I am definitely also at fault because there is another JoJo fighting game here that I actually liked, so I am completely at fucking fault. Anyway, back to Persona 3 Portable. Persona 3 Portable is so low despite being so fucking amazing because of this. Because of this bit. Because it's Persona 3 Portable. This port fucking sucks. It takes out cutscenes, it takes out animations, it takes out walking around. If this was another version of this game, it probably would have been higher. Like, the remake is right around the corner, so it's probably going to be better. But this PSP version disconnected. There we go. I think we're back. The stream disconnected for some reason. I heard that the port was not that great. Yeah, wasn't there a few translation issues too? I am not sure about the translation issues, but the thing is, like, this is the reason a lot of people. Persona 3 Portable versus FES. The main issue is that they had to crunch down the game for PSP back in the day, and the PSP was kind of a shit console. So they took this game where you are walking around the environment, interacting with objects, talking to people, right? And then they did this. So you are not walking around the environments anymore, you are just scrolling and clicking on people to talk to them. And it makes the game, it takes you out of the experience so fucking much. I don't know why they bothered porting this version of the game. It also removed a bunch of cutscenes, like I said, because the MP4 files wouldn't fit the fucking PSP. And they chose to port like the vastly inferior version, pretty much. That's why a lot of people keep saying to wait for the remake, because the remake will make all of those issues go away pretty much. So I wrote, it's barely worth going through the game, to be honest. Tartarus, the one area where all the combat takes place, is one of the most barren, shittiest and longest dungeon I had the displeasure to touch in any game ever. Even going back to the OG game with randomized dungeons, Diablo 2 from fucking 2000s, you will get more diversity and less tedium in the worst dungeons the game had to offer. The story is really good and carries the whole ordeal easily. If the story was not this good, I would not have finished it. Like, no way. The characters are compelling and they experience genuine growth. The presentation of Portable in particular probably knocked a couple of points off the final score because it's bare bones. Atlus had to dumb down the game for PSP, and it's just bizarre they decided to port the vastly inferior version of the game to Game Pass. Like I said, I don't know what they were thinking with this shit, but at least the remake is on the horizon, and the remake is looking fucking phenomenal. So yeah, at least that issue will go away. And then I replayed, because I already played this game, but I replayed it with all of the like additional content that I haven't touched before, and it's Resident Evil 2 Remake. This game is so goated. I love it. I loved it. I know it's a little bit controversial to people who played the original Resident Evil 2 because they changed so much. I think this is a great modern interpretation of Resident Evil 2. And I don't know, I just vibed with it. I just vibed with it so much, man. Like, I am considering it, even putting it up here, but it would make the table look crooked. So I will do some adjustments at the end and leave it there for now. And I finished it after 16 hours. The main campaign is really short. I just did the main campaign and all of the additional content like Hank, Tofu, the Ghost Survivors or whatever that was called was surprisingly fun. I played Resident Evil 2 Classic and I still think Resident Evil 2 Remake is great. Nice. A great remake that completely reimagined the original survival horror, which featured the scariest feature of all, tank controls and a fixed camera combo. I don't like tank controls, man. With getting rid of that outdated shit, it does take away from the tension and horror aspect, but the game is now playable like the original. Okay, this is a little bit of a joke, but I do think like the tank controls and the fixed camera really did make the game, the original game, scarier, right? Because you couldn't like whip the camera around the corner and check, but still, like other Resident Evil 2 Remake has other things going for it, and they did it perfectly. Like, I think this is how every game should be remade, pretty much, with like the modern audience in mind and like modern techniques instead of capturing the feeling of old. Because there is another remake coming up that I did not like as much, even though it's much closer to my heart than Resident Evil 2. This is not the game I'm talking about, by the way, but Nier Replicant version 1.22474487139 and 3 dots at the end, which is a great fucking name. And just like the name that I love, Nier Replicant is a goddamn beautiful game. I think I'm gonna put it like right here, below Witcher, but above Ghost of Tsushima. The original Nier is this very bizarre kind of action RPG thing with a really crazy over-the-top story. I already heard the Resident Evil 3 remake review. That's not the one I'm talking about, but that's also the one I'm talking about, kinda. We'll get there. Okay, I rated Nier Replicant 4 out of 5. I put 40 hours into it. It's a long-ass game. A great story bundled with an alright combat. The game does get extremely repetitive if you are going for all the endings, which you should. I played it, enjoyed it, and will remember it for a long time, but I cannot imagine going back and replaying it or grinding achievements after going through the story once. More like 4 times. Yeah, you have to replay the story like 4 times to get all of the endings, which is tedious as fuck. But it's a really good game. The remake completely changed the combat from the original, which was very stiff. But the remake, if you guys played Automata, it's more like that. It's very like actiony. It's some great combat. I have to say, and the presentation is great. Like all of the new locations and textures, they look fucking fantastic. And then we have, where is it? Resident Evil 3 remake is going all the way into the fucking bottom of the B tier. And like it would go down way like below this, but there are like working of the engine of Resident Evil to like save this entire fucking game, because the direction was, I don't like the direction of Resident Evil 3, and I have a pretty detailed review from okay, this guy, you know what? This guy summed it up for me pretty this is a pretty good review of this game, I have to say. Pretty accurate. No, but for real, this is my review. I finished it after 6 hours. And there we go. Playing this right after Resident Evil 2 Remake will give you enough whiplash to make your neck crack. Gon is using the grenades as one-time escape tools to avoid some damage. Zombies can now turn 180 degrees from lying down on the floor and fucking bite you. The game feels so much cheaper and so much easier at the same time. Nemesis can be downed with a single grenade throw, which is a sick fucking joke. But don't mind him, you won't be seeing him much at all. Did I mention the game is 6 fucking hours long? Or the fact that there are no mercenaries, the single most iconic bonus game mode in all of gaming. 6 hours of playtime, isn't that a €40 game? It is a €40 game. It is a €40 game. See, when this game launched, right, Resident Evil 3, it doesn't have any bonus modes. It really doesn't. It has some like New Game Plus stuff, I believe, and some unlocks, but it doesn't have any bonus game modes. It launched with a multiplayer component that is now completely dead. I tried to play it. Where is it? I tried to play it around April of 2023. I couldn't find a single fucking living being on this planet to play multiplayer of Resident Evil 3 with me. So now it's literally a €40 game with 6 hours of playtime and no bonus modes. It's ridiculous. And they cut out a bunch of areas from original Resident Evil 3, and then they didn't include the really famous bonus game mode, the Mercenaries, which made it into the Resident Evil 4, thank God. They cut out that because they wanted to focus on that multiplayer piece of shit that is now dead, and all of that dev time was wasted. It's so fucking silly. The multiplayer that was supposed to be tacked on to it was horrendous. It's about as bad as the Resident Evil Online game they made. So yeah, even if the multiplayer was still there, supposedly it's pretty bad. I couldn't even find a match, so I can't tell. But it's so bad. It's such a bad value for your money. Such a bad remake that is not faithful to the original. The Nemesis in this one sucks. The Nemesis in the original was like this, had this overwhelming presence, you know. There were so many places he could enter. In here, he barely chases you around, which is just sad, man. And that's Resident Evil 3. That's one of the remakes I wanted to talk about. The other one is going to be at the very end of this, and it also kinda like disappointed me in a way, but I will talk about it. Okay, then we have Honkai Star Rail. This is actually when I started Honkai Star Rail. But fuck it, I will review it now, I guess. Honkai Star Rail is one of the best turn-based RPGs I have ever played, and the story is cool, and the characters are amazing, and like the overall story and plot is fucking great. So it would be here, right? It would be like, I don't know, maybe here, something like that, like this, right? But then it's a gacha game, right? So it goes here, maybe below Persona 3 Portable. If this thing wasn't a gacha game, it would be it would be such an incredible fucking RPG. I can't believe it. I don't know how many hours I put into Honkai Star Rail. The game doesn't allow you to check because you will have a heart attack. I put in literally hundreds of hours into this game. Star Rail is a great turn-based game that's very story-rich compared to other gachas, at least. No, I think it's overall like a very story-rich game. And features dense and detailed environments. If you just play through it like a normal human being, you will love it. If you are a weirdo who will play it religiously every day, you will run out of content and complain on Twitter. For a gacha game, it's not that bad with the gambling for all ages that it promoted. But then again, I think the game would be a lot better if it didn't feature gambling for all ages, including the children, especially targeting the children. Outside of that, the turn-based combat of Star Rail is actually fucking peak. How stats decide the turn order, how ults can butt into that turn order, the team building aspect, minus the horrible gambling for all ages that's required to recruit team members. The ability to speed up combat, the weakness breaks, and their many effects on the enemies. I wish this was an actual story-driven single-player game with sorry, sorry, I read that wrong. I wish an actual story-driven single-player game with similar gameplay and more conventional leveling was made. I would play the hell out of that. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail is really good, but it's a fucking gacha game. No game gets anything cool out of being a gacha game, sadly. If it wasn't a gacha game, it would be incredible if it was like a single player thing. But I cannot stomach to place it any higher than that. My brother blew 2K on Genshin. Oh my god, I am so sorry, man. I just don't get gachas addicts. I think I will keep on avoiding those games like the plague. To be fair, it's easy to avoid gacha games because most of them are really bad. It's just collecting JPEGs. This one at least has gameplay, but I would still say avoid it just because the fucking gambling aspects are really bad, as in any gacha game, you know, which is I have an addictive personality that I'm pretty sure is inherited from my mother. See, I also have that. I have a I am very prone to gambling because of my father. He was a really terrible gambling addict. I got that from him because I blew a lot of money on betting on CS:GO matches in college. I would like blow through my allowance on that shit so badly. So now I really try to control myself with shit like that. I don't spend money on Honkai Star Rail. I just play it for the. If a new story bit releases, I will gladly log in, do the entire story. Maybe sometimes spend the free spins I have on the characters, build a team or whatever, but I stay away from like actually spending money on it. And yeah, it fucking sucks that I even have to stay away from like a side of a video game I really like. It's a fucking tragedy. And yeah, um, oh, just to put the nail in the coffin, I wanna say not MiHoYo who made Genshin and Star Rail, right? But just I think at the beginning of this year, couple of weeks ago, a company got outed in Korea for making the gacha rates in their game fucking 0%. There was a company manipulating RNG to give you 0% chance of getting the good thing from gacha. And they made billions off of that feature. And then they got slapped with a fine that they will gladly pay off and probably still include fixed gacha rates. So I just wanna throw it out there. If you are considering a gacha game to play with your friends or anything like that, the gambling is fucking fixed. You cannot win. Don't play gacha games for the gambling part. It's so bad. Oh god, CSGO, I learned never to gamble because my brother lost 20k worth of CSGO skins because of a skin gambling website. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the whole CSGO gambling thing was pretty bad. Yeah, Maple's story, they had been suspected for a very long time. It's crazy that a company can actually fucking do that too. And it's like a game aimed at children. Insanity, man. Holy fuck. Okay, then I played Judgment. Oh my god, Judgment, my beloved. Holy shit. Judgment is going up there immediately. This is the original Judgment. So Judgment is from the guys who are making the Yakuza series. If you don't know, Yakuza is like you're going around a city, beating the shit out of people, doing like very long side content. And the thing about Yakuza is that they always take the engine, models, the city itself, because it always takes place, the story always takes place in the same city. They take models, animations, the city, the combat, and they always copy paste it to another game, like to the next Yakuza game in the series, and they improve on it, and it results in some of the fucking best games you have ever played, with the best improvements between title to title, while at the same time you know the map by heart and where every single building is, because only minor things like change in the environment. But that allows them to add other cities that are completely new and still keep that first city, right? So Judgment is pretty much that. Let me see if I can like pull up some Judgment gameplay for you. There we go, PlayStation Europe Judgment gameplay trailer. So yeah, this is from the creators of Yakuza. It's a spin-off.
Where's our guy going?
On his way towards Pink Street. Crowd's thinning out. Get your ass over here.
It's in one little corner of this city that I run a detective agency. I work alongside my partner, Kaito-san. Funny enough, he's ex-Tojo.
It's a spin-off of the Yakuza series where you play a lawyer.
What are you up to?
The tracking, this mini game where you track guys is so shit. I hate it so much.
Paranoid, aren't you?
But the combat is fucking goated with the sauce so much. It's so... Why aren't they showing more combat? That's the fucking best thing about this game. And yeah, you're a lawyer who is trying to uncover like the big conspiracy thing.
Hold on. That's him.
And it's a game that obviously takes a lot from Japanese culture and like Japanese culture and things that I don't personally understand sometimes. There's a bunch of mini games you can play, like fucking... Yeah, you can play a lot of retro arcade games too inside of the fucking game itself. It's just such a complete package, man. You just don't have games like this from any other devs. It's crazy. So anyway, here's my review. I completed it after 43 hours. Greatest RGG studio game story-wise that I played. This was at the time, because then I played the sequel, which is so much better. There was barely any downtime during my 43 hours with the game, and if there was, it was entirely on me, as I stepped away from the main story to do degenerate amounts of gambling, drone racing, side questing, friends missions, finding stickers for skills, just taking silly photos and looking at cats. Of course, all of the gambling, this is not gacha gambling, this is not CSGO gambling, this is just gambling with in-game currency in like casinos and stuff. There is no real money involved, just to make that absolutely clear. It's honestly almost perfect. Wish you did more lawyering during the story though. The bits that were in court were amazing, but way too short and did not require much from you. Holy fuck, this is just... It's a great action game. If you are looking to get into a series you know nothing about, like the Yakuza, I really recommend Judgment. Mostly because the English dub of the game is fantastic. So you can play it in English without, you know, without anybody like speaking Japanese to you. So yeah, that's making the top of the list right here. And then we are moving on to the next game, which was Mafia, the Definitive Edition. Where is it? There we go. Mafia, the Definitive Edition is going like somewhere here. Okay, I think a step above Resident Evil 3, but I don't think I can put it like above Pathologic 2. So Mafia Definitive Edition is a remake of an old game. I no idea why it has such a high rating. So So this is one of those remakes that I did not liked. I loved the original Mafia 1. It's such a moody fucking game. It honestly was one of the first few games I have ever played in its entirety, like as a kid. And it was beautiful. It was like a GTA, but you know, in fucking Prohibition era gangsters time. So I finished it after 15 hours. This included some achievement hunting, I believe. And this is how I felt about the game. I love the story of the original Mafia. Giving it a fresh coat of paint, the smooth voice acting and all that jazz is a great way to relive it. The gameplay, on the other hand, somehow feels worse than the fucking 2002 original. The driving is terrible. I kinda suspect it's trying to be authentic because you cannot brake and turn at the same time, just like in those old ass cars. Which is true. Cars back then worked like this. You couldn't brake and turn at the same time. You had to commit to one or the other. But I don't give a fuck because it makes for some miserable ass gameplay. The shooting is straight out of the mid 2000s cover shooter, a bad one at that. It's very much worth it to get the game and go through it once for the story, but ain't no way in hell I'm doing any of the post-game content or completionist things. The only thing of that kind I subjected myself to was beating the infamous race mission on the hardest difficulty for the nostalgia, and I regret completing that achievement because I'm mentally scarred for the rest of my life. For Mafia, I think it's mostly nostalgia goggles regarding its predecessor. Oh, you mean like the high rating? Probably. I think a lot of people also just appreciate the story because the story is fantastic. I really think the story is really good. The new voice actors and the new face models and the like remade, all of the remade things, they enhance the story greatly compared to the original. But sadly, it's fucking, you know, the gameplay. Man, the gameplay was so bad. I hated every second of the gameplay. Okay, how many games did we do already? So this is 12. No, what the fuck am I talking about? This is 10. And this is 12, so 20, 22, 24, and 25. 25 out of 72. And we have been going for almost 2 hours now. Damn, I gotta pick up the pace because we're never gonna get through it. Okay, so then we have Postal 2. Which I rate very highly. I really like the game. Postal 2 is going like above Overgrowth for sure, but below all of those games, I think. Okay. I beat it in 8 hours. Damn, I beat it really fucking quickly. But then I went for some achievements, I believe. I like going back to Postal 2 from time to time. The humor feels a tad aged at points, and in some cases it aged like fine wine. The devs constantly update the game after 20 goddamn years, which is insanity. Replayed it this year to try out the new 2 Weeks in Paradise mode that integrates weapons from later expansion into it, as well as trying to get all the achievos I was missing, and it was a blast. I really like Postal 2. It's a very brutal game. It's a game as brutal as you want it to be. Because you can complete all of the there are objectives like get milk from the store, and you can get the milk, wait in a really long line and pay for the milk, or you can set everybody on fire and put them out with your piss and then behead them with a fucking with an axe and kick their head down the street to intimidate the cops. It's an insane game. It's an insane game that allows you to be insane, but you can also you can complete it without killing anybody ever. And I did that for both Postal 2 base game and its expansion. I completed the game without killing anybody, so I can confirm you can like literally not do any of that crazy shit. Postal 2 is a meme. I remember the DLC came out to shit on a Russian made Postal game that was made by the Russian equivalent of EA Games. The later expansion was making fun of Postal 3 a lot. And I played that also, so... then we have Postal 2 The Apocalypse Weekend. This is the first DLC that came out back then in like 2000... what is 2004? Yeah, I was about to say correctly. This is probably bottom of the B tier. It's still enjoyable because the game is... You can always do the tier list in multiple streams if it goes on for too long. Hearing lengthy explanations on X or Y game usually are the most interesting parts of these types of streams. You know what? That is a great fucking suggestion. I will definitely take as long as I want to, because this is a very personal playlist to me, and I'm talking about 72 different fucking games. That is a lot. So I think you are completely right. I should just kind of pace myself, but not go too fast, because I mean, if you're here to hear me talk about video games, I am fucking talking about video games for a longest time. So, original Postal 2 was Monday to Friday. You had 5 days of the week, and you had chores to do. And then an expansion came out, Apocalypse Weekend, which added the weekend. And here is my opinion on it. I think this rating is kinda even too high for this DLC. This DLC was very like, whatever. It's just a downgrade from the original Postal 2 in every aspect, but the weapon, except for the weapons and gore. Zombies and cows are not fun enemies to go against. They made the DLC into a weird linear experience instead of the usual open world, and then the humor took a hit from its original. It's still fine. At least it's short, I guess. So, yeah, Apocalypse Weekend was... like... If you ever played Postal, the main draw of Postal 2 was you get 3 chores to do. It's like... Go pick up the first day is go pick up the milk, go pick up the check from your job, and go cash out the check to get the money at the bank, right? And those 3 things were spread out around the map. Here's a convenience store, here's your job, here's the bank. you can go around the map any way you want and do these chores in any order. And you can be as fucking violent or as pacifistic as you want, given like the scenarios going around, right? And then the DLC made the game very fucking linear and not interesting. The only thing that was cool about the Apocalypse Weekend, it added more gore to the game, which is crazy. I just finished watching this series of videos. It's a really fun series of videos if you wanna see Postal 2. By Buff Wizard, Postal 2's most extreme difficulty.
Has a difficulty setting so
And this guy is a master of this fucking video game. He explains all of the mechanics, like, there we go.
lesson in the importance of scouring each area for useful items and the high value of flipping people off. Tuesday displayed the viability of melee weapons and using stealth to your advantage. Wednesday bore the scythe and its unstoppable power, especially when combined with luring your enemies. Thursday's frequent backtrack.
So, like, this guy goes through a lot of those things that made the game. Oh, he had to turn off gore for the last. He had to turn off gore actually for Friday because the YouTube kept demonetizing him, which is unfortunate. So let me go back to another video of his. So like Postal is a very brutal fucking game where your head can like be blown off. You can slice through people, completely remove their torso from their legs, and like do a bunch of other crazy shit. And some of that was integrated into base experience from this expansion. And that is only why I regard it kinda like better. Because it added some of the most like best weapons, but it made the experience fucking terrible. And then right after that I played Paradise Lost, which is the last expansion for Postal 2. And Postal 2 Paradise Lost is going right here, middle of the city. It's very whatever. So this came out in 2015, and more perceptive of you might have noticed that this is 11 years gap between the last DLC to Postal 2 and the next. And the reason for that is Postal 3 came out in the middle of all of that, and it was a very shit game. It was taken away from the original developers and pawned off to somebody else. Postal 3 was legit terrible. It's regarded as one of the worst games available on PC. Like straight up one of the worst games ever. And the developers, like, they only had the rights for Postal 2, kinda, at the time. So they decided to make an expansion that's actually the sequel to Postal 2, just to spite the developers of Postal 3. And that idea is cool, but they made it in an engine for a game from 2004, and it really, you can really feel it. So sadly, so I finished it in 8 hours. Paradise Lost is, in my opinion, just worse than Postal 2. The humor took a hit and went from being crude satire straight into toilet humor and weed jokes, which that's just such a downgrade. The new gameplay additions like dual wielding and some of the new guns are definitely welcome. There are some actual half decent bosses in there, but doing another lap across the city I know by heart with superficial changes to some locations just felt tiring near the end. I don't foresee doing a replay of this anytime in the future. if even at all. Yeah, Postal 2 was very mid game. Postal 2 Paradise Lost was a very mid expansion to a franchise I actually kinda enjoy, so you know, but it could have been worse, you know. You remember when I, like, couple minutes ago I said Postal 3 is one of the worst games available on your PC right now? I would like to add another game to that list. Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen is going to be the bottom of this list forever. There's no game worse here than Lords of the Fallen. I am talking about the version from 2014, because this game released a sequel / remake that is literally named the same, I think. Lords of the Fallen. See? This is fucking dumb. Why did they do this? Lords of the Fallen 2014 and Lords of the Fallen 2023. I don't know if 2023 is a good game or not. I didn't play it. I played the original because I had it in my library on Steam for a long time, and I am considering like deleting it from my account now because I am offended by how bad this fucking game was. So this is a game I played for 2 hours, and this is my description of it. I just cannot summon the strength to put even 1 more minute into this steaming pile. This is literally Dark Souls if you took all of the passion and soul out of it. Imagine Dark Souls made by Ubisoft or EA, and you get the proper idea of how this game unironically feels. I am so proud of this review because it encapsulated my feelings towards this product perfectly. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I don't even know what to say. Lords of the Fallen 2014 gameplay. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, Max Payne is getting an RTX Remix remaster. I wanna see that actually. What's worse is that it's also published by Bandai. Bandai published a lot of things. So, like, you know.
For the past few years, there have been so many Souls-likes to come out. AAA, indie, doesn't matter. There are a lot.
I don't pin up. Pineapple is a great fucking YouTuber. I really recommend his videos.
of developers.
Oh look, it's that other Souls-like that I really disliked.
There are a lot of developers.
This is Salt and Sanctuary. It looks like this. I kinda dig the art style, and the fighting mechanics is just the piece of shit platforming.
Who looked
It's
at Dark
terrible.
Souls and decided they wanted to put their own spin on things. However, there is one game that came first. When this game came out, the term Souls-like didn't even exist yet. That game was Lords of the Fallen. I played this game at release, but I thought it'd be worth revisiting after seeing this tweet. We are very pleased to finally reveal the logo for hashtag Lords of the Fallen 2.
Lords of the Fallen 2. I mean, now it can get Lords of the Fallen 2. So the game looks like this. It feels like a Dark Souls mobile made by like some Chinese company. Like, unironically, the UI, the fucking fighting, everything feels like a Chinese ripoff. Chinese brand Dark Souls.
Two-handing a weapon, an Estus flask, bonfires, losing experience when you die, similar bosses, and even a useless stat to trick new players. On top of that, the aesthetics of the game are also very similar. Just like Souls, Lords of the Fallen has a grim, dark fantasy setting with demons and magic and whatnot. Kinda rings a bell. Now you might be
yeah, but I think the graphics of Lords of the Fallen look like something like Diablo almost. you know, that Diablo kind of medieval aesthetics.
Of why should I play this game over just one of the Souls games? Or to put it another way, what is the hook of your game beyond it simply being similar to Dark Souls?
There is no.
I think that's a fair question to ask, because in my opinion, the Souls-likes that are the best all have good answers to that question. For example, Ashen. This is a game that I've never talked about on this channel before, but I think it's great. It's visually striking and the gameplay has more of a focus on shenanigans. This is around when I started to piece together why the combat felt so off.
The combat feels really bad. It looks... It's just such a bad game there. Like, I don't know what words can I use to even describe how bad it is. Oh my god. So yeah, Lords of the Fallen is bottom of this tier list, and it will be forever. So then we move on to Penumbra Overture. Actually, let's, since I have this open, let's talk about Max Payne first, because I also played Max Payne 1 this year.
NVIDIA's RTX Remix toolset has only been in open beta for a couple of days, but we're already seeing modders release fantastic demos like this one for us to try out. Welcome to Max Payne Remixed, a free demo chock full of ray tracing goodness, updated textures, DLSS, and more. Shout out to Slask's Psych Bunker for putting the work in. But enough of this intro, let's get to the gameplay.
Holy shit, this looks amazing, man. So yeah, Max Payne is obviously a third-person shooter that is very arcadey. There is no cover. You just kill the enemies. You can slow down time and shit. But like the shooting is great. Like Max Payne, unironically, is one of the greatest like shooters I think ever released. But the main draw for a lot of people is the story, because Max does this very brooding, hard-boiled detective narrations that is... It's trying so hard to be cool, and I think it fails in some cases. He talks too much, but I love it. I wanted him to talk even fucking more. I love listening to the voice actor of Max Payne just talking, man. Yeah, and the remixed thing looks fucking good, man, compared to the original. The original obviously is very old. So this is the remix. I'm assuming the creator had to cut out all of the dialogue and such for the reasons of like this is just a demo, so I'm assuming, like, you know, there had to be some issues with that. Damn, the textures on the enemies, like the clothes and everything, and the lighting obviously looks fucking fantastic. Holy shit. The textures are having some issues though. I wish they did more of side by side though. So yeah, it's a great third-person shooter, and Max Payne is actually making it into my S tier. Max Payne 1 still holds up to this very day, to this very second. It is I will be real with you, it is the best game Remedy has made that I played personally. I played Max Payne 1, 2, Alan Wake, American Nightmare, and I played some of Control. I need to go back and finish it, and I think out of these 5 games, Max Payne 1 is still the best mix of great gameplay and great story that they ever did. Those other games are also fantastic, but they peaked with their first game so far. I don't know how Alan Wake 2 is, for example, but I heard the gameplay is not as great, and I feel kinda bad because like Remedy lost what made their first game such a hit, and it was the tight gameplay. Like, the tight gameplay went away with Alan Wake. The Alan Wake gameplay is just horrible, and I wish they kinda spent more time developing the shooting and everything to feel better, to increase like the appeal of their game. But of course they have all their strengths and weaknesses, and we'll talk about that when the time comes. So let me just see. Let me just read what I wrote about Max Payne 1 actually, really quickly. So there you have it. As part of preparing to experience Alan Wake 2 for the first time, I decided to go back through all of Remedy games. It started with a replay of Max Payne 1, and oh boy, this is a motherfucking game right here, boys and girls. It took me 9 hours 20 minutes. Control is alright, but the later parts of the story and the DLCs especially dropped in quality. Oh, that kinda sucks. And Control had this, the story hook of Control was amazing, I think. I really dig it. But the gameplay was... And the gameplay was good. The gameplay was way better than Alan Wake. But it still wasn't as good as Max Payne 1, for example. I don't know why... Like, the first Max Payne was just special, man. It still is. I truly believe that. So, it's a 2001 shooter that you can bet it aged, but parts of the gameplay are 100% timeless. My significant other, who hates shooters and overall difficult games, played through most of the game, only allowing me to switch in for the more difficult sections, and she fucking loved every second of it. The weapon variety, enemy ambushes, the slow-mo mechanics, and just how the gunplay works in this title mixes into a brew that you will never find in another game again. I am dead serious. Other entries into the Max Payne franchise, other Remedy games, every single other shooter, no game that I ever played had gameplay this peculiar. This is in part thanks to the mechanic that makes the game so difficult to play. Your guns are really inaccurate. You don't aim at your enemies, you aim in their direction and let the Jesus take the wheel. This goes for the enemies too, for the most part. And it kinda sounds messy, and it is, but it results in some truly chaotic and comedic firefights where everyone has a chance to miss even nearly point blank. Combine it with the ability to slow down time and you will get quite the spectacle. Speaking of spectacle, the level variety in this video game is truly insane. You will go through metros, dilapidated hotels, New York rooftops, mob boss mansions, heavy industry warehouses, mazes of freight containers, grimy dance clubs, underground parking garages that just keep going and going and going with each and every level. There is so much fucking more to this parking garage, and you are just going, how can a parking garage go so deep into the ground? Secret government labs, Ascend, a high-tech glass skyscraper for high-tech for 2001. All the locations feel real and grounded, but they fit the gameplay and, more importantly, the tone of the game perfectly. Control's gameplay is decent, but nothing compared to Max Payne. That's very true. The story. Max Payne is one of the simplest stories in gaming. Literally Super Mario Bros. Or generic action flick level of character motivation. Your wife was killed. You're an undercover cop with no regard for personal well-being, and you want to know the truth. And you uncover a conspiracy that goes deeper and deeper with each clue found. The story transcends its simplicity by injecting everything with tons of character and style. Everything is noir, bleak, washed out. Cutscenes are, for the most part, just pictures, photos of real-life devs dressed up with a filter on top of it. The narration done by the protagonist overcomplicates the simplest things, brings up ridiculous metaphors, and is just hammed in, artsy, doesn't make sense at points, and you will love every fucking second of it because it results in some funny, genuine and provoking dialogue. I'm assuming I meant to write thought-provoking dialogue here. Or just makes you burst out laughing at its worst. There's a lot of real detail that goes into character and world building. Some of it is fucking shocking for a 2001 game. You will find letters the gangster bosses send to try and keep each other in line. Diary entries, recordings and such that flesh out even the most minor of named enemies you will run into. These things are a very organic way to break up the sometimes repetitive firefights with actually engaging cutscenes and visuals. This is a feat I feel no other story character-driven FPS achieved. Sure, things like Halo or newer Dooms have great stories in the context or when the cutscenes are playing, but when you are in the middle of a level, nothing really is happening story-wise, save for some environmental storytelling. Max Payne, on the other hand, has these very simple and short cutscenes, reveals, and things that add context between like every other firefight for 80% of the game. Some of the later levels are exceptions to this rule. Yeah, later levels are just gameplay, and no cutscene in between. It really is hard to properly explain this without experiencing it yourself, and that's all I wrote. I wrote a lot because holy fuck, this game is so peak, man. I will actually move it up the list to right between Hollow Knight. I just love Max Payne. Jesus Christ. I'm looking through Remedy's recent stuff that they helped develop. There's a game in there that fries my 40% of my brain cells. Please tell me you didn't play Crossfire X. As a part of going through Remedy games, I want to play Crossfire X. There are a couple of scenarios in Crossfire X that Remedy helped write. There's like a little single player story. I am going to go through it. I am going to subject myself to fucking free-to-play shitty clone of Counter-Strike to just so I have complete context of the Remedyverse. That is right, sir. I am going to do that to myself. I didn't yet, but I am going to. Just to like have the complete picture painted for me. I don't know why they helped with that game. That is so random. So fucking wild. Okay, next on the list. Next on the list is Penumbra Overture. Penumbra Overture, Penumbra Overture, Penumbra Overture. Or did I place it already? No, I didn't, I think. There it is, Penumbra Overture. It's gotta be like maybe here. I gave it a 7 out of 10. 3.5. So it should be like here. Maybe below Persona 3. Yeah, below Persona 3. Persona 3 was fucking fantastic. Fuck that game is cursed. I grew up in a third world country playing Crossfire, so hats off to you. I think I played a little bit of a Crossfire too. Just because, yeah, in Poland we also played like every single free-to-play game that we could get our hands on, because my parents wouldn't buy me fucking video games because they were too expensive, you know. And I know, like, Crossfire, Crossfire, it's like if you took Counter-Strike and and made it bad on purpose. I think it also has like a bunch of fucking anime skins, right? That just ruin the aesthetic entirely. I'm not sure if that was Crossfire. I already forgot. Okay, so Penumbra Overture. Pretty cool. Okay. Pretty cool horror game in my opinion. It only takes 4 hours. It's like ridiculously short. Environments are very repetitive. There's literally no variety to enemies, and the combat system takes away all the tension devs work hard to create, with an impeccable sound design and story that ramps up as you go through it. When you are done with the game, you feel like you have beaten a prologue to a way more interesting story ahead, and it's 100% the truth. I cannot imagine how fucking mad people back in the day had to have gotten when they found out that this $20 game that lasts between 3 and 4 hours is just a first half of a story that continues in Black Plague. The 3.5 out of 5 rating is only if you plan to play the sequel right after this one, otherwise it would be like 2 out of 5. Tons of anime skins and Red Demon biotech zombies. Nice. Crossfire knows its audience. Let me bring up Penumbra Overture Steam. I want to show some visuals to kinda show people what this game looks like. I think I will do that for like the rest of the games. Is this from? This is from Penumbra Overture. So Penumbra Overture plays like Amnesia, right? You are in first person. You are sneaking around like a very decrepit building and caves, and you are peeking out from around the corners. There's these dogs infected with fucking something, you don't know what. You do puzzles. You have your flashlight. But you can actually beat the fuck out of the dogs with a hammer. The game looks cool. I think the aesthetics of it are cool. But like I said, it's literally a prologue to a game that came right after it. It's the first part of the story. So it's not that fucking great. You still need to play it, and nowadays it goes for really, really cheap, and you should buy it as cheap as you can, because it's only, like I said, between 3 and 4 hours maximum. so you shouldn't pay too much for it. But it's a cool game if you like scary horror games. And then the sequel, Amnesia, fucking Black Plague. What are you doing to me, brain? Penumbra Black Plague, on the other hand, is goated. Penumbra Black Plague is going up. Penumbra Black Plague is going up. I kinda don't wanna put it above Resident Evil 2 Remake. But it's so good. This is tough, man. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put it right here, and I'm gonna move Resident Evil 2 Remake to S tier, actually. It's so cool. It's such a cool little game. I loved it. Penumbra walked so Amnesia could run. Amnesia is a completely separate story, but the parallels between the two games are unavoidable. The sound design is the very same as every Frictional Games title, simply perfect. The decision to ditch combat from last Penumbra paid off big time. The story is very interesting and its resolution is both perfect and quite existential. I will remember my playthrough of Penumbra for a long time. The setting of a research station from a near past hidden under Greenland's icy exterior feels great, scary, claustrophobic, and sometimes very melancholic, or even nostalgic. The game also features quite diverse environments for how short it is. It pretty much eliminated all the problems I had with the previous game, which was Penumbra Overture. As far as the bot goes, some of the puzzles are just incomprehensible for a normal functioning human being. Really hoping this gets a remake of some kind in the future. This game was something else, man. The story went fucking nuclear with how weird, how scary, how existential it got. I don't wanna spoil anything. I'm not gonna say it. So I think like I seen a Mandalore review of both Penumbras and he spoils the story. So you can hear about the story there. I'm not gonna talk about it here. It's so worth it to experience this game even today, in my opinion. Like, just get Penumbra Overture and Black Plague together in a bundle for literal pennies, and it takes 8 hours to complete both of the games like together, because it's like 3 to 4 hours each, and it's an incredible journey start to end. And then I played I Am Bread. I Am Bread is going right here above Lords of the Fallen. I Am Bread is a meme game. Why did I... Okay, what? Bread. Okay, this is on Steam. I Am Bread is a shitty meme game. It looks like this. You're a toast, and your inputs stick you to surfaces, and you're trying to avoid getting dirty before you toast yourself. Your ultimate goal is to toast yourself before you get too dirty to be edible or too moist, you know. What the fuck? There's a Team Fortress 2 level? I didn't know that. Anyway, it's a bad game. It's just terrible. I played it for like 4 hours. Kind of a joke game, so I can't seriously rate it. It's charming, the base gameplay idea is fine and whatever, but it just doesn't offer a lot of a bang for your buck that other joke games like Goat Simulator or Jazzpunk or other indie joke games do. The sound kept bugging out and muting. The load times are fucking abysmal for how small and light this game is, especially considering that you will need to reload levels a lot. I was wondering why it's there. I Am Bread is more or less a streamer / YouTuber game. That is exactly correct. It was here because I remember a lot of YouTubers just played it, and it was free on it was free on PS Plus, and I was like, you know what, this is probably not gonna be that good, but I'm gonna try it anyway because I like some joke meme games like Goat Simulator. Goat Simulator is fine, you know, it has some like cool gameplay things. But this was terrible. This was truly like not worth the time I spent playing it. And then I played Ico, which also came from the same like PS Plus library. It's a very classic it's a very classic game. I'm gonna need to go back to YouTube for because you won't find it on the goddamn Steam. This is an exclusive for PlayStation. This is a very short game. It's very atmospheric. You are this little boy, a bunch of like warriors from your tribe lock you in a fucking glowing coffin. You don't know what's going on. They don't speak like English, they speak a made up language. And like they lock you up in this, and then it falls over and you kinda get free by accident. And it's a game where you just sorta walk around and you sorta just walk around and you are trying to find your way out of this castle by like jumping, climbing, pulling levers. There are some combat elements where you swing your sticks at shadows. It's not that deep. It's primarily just this. You are going through these very cool environments and just climbing, finding your way, doing some light puzzles. Ico and Shadow of the Colossus are the two games that cemented my love for the PS2. Exactly. It's made by the same company that made Shadow of the Colossus. It's very much like reminds me of that. And like the crux of this game is that you rescue this girl, right? And she doesn't fucking speak your language. When she speaks, all you hear is this. And he doesn't understand the fucking words she's saying to him. So you are walking around with this magical girl that can use spells to undo some of the locks. And the shadows are trying to kill her. They don't give a fuck about you. They want her. And you are trying to protect her the entire game. by like shooing them and beating them with sticks and swords. And you are just both trying to get out of the castle. It's so moody, it's so beautiful, and it's so like melancholic. Even just saving in this game is you chilling on a stone bench. It's a really beautiful game. I really liked it. But it's very simple too. It's not like anything too complicated. So a cool, moody, beautiful game about two strangers helping each other out. A game that starts out simple and stays that way, with no overcomplicated puzzles, no skill trees, no dramatic unlocks that change up your skill kit. Ico sticks to its core throughout the whole experience, and that core is solid. The only thing I didn't like, some of the later parkour like levels really weren't that good, but it's still a great game. Even just the cover art, man. Holy, that is mood. That is so much mood in a little cover of a video game. I'm gonna put it probably like below Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, something like this, because the gameplay is very simple, and if you don't love the gimmick to death, then you will not like this game that much. I think Shadow of Colossus, even that has way more gameplay, and Shadow of Colossus is just couple team fights against like the big guys, because other than that, it's just you are on a horse going around environments. And then I played Dead Cells. Dead Cells is a amazing, beautiful, fantastic sounding roguelike. You have a bunch of fucking weapons, you can do a bunch of different builds, it's crazy fast, a lot of things are happening at the same time. There is barely any story, it's like the opposite of fucking Ico that I played right before this. So I got really into this, it was a nice change of pace. Legitimately, like, might be one of my favorite roguelikes games I played. I'm not sure if you can finish Dead Cells. I didn't, because at some point it really got too repetitive. But you know, 4 out of 5, so like 8 out of 10 is a fair rating in my book. It's going right here. Maybe above Overgrowth, maybe below Postal, something like this. And I played for 20 hours, very cool roguelike that started to feel repetitive towards the end. There are a lot of bits with unnecessary ass platforming, in my opinion, too. That's true, some of the challenge of the game was doing, like, not even just platforming, some of the bits where you were doing vertical jumps to progress were insane. Like, I don't know why this game requires such a precise platforming at some points, because it's not a platformer, it's a game where you primarily fucking fight the enemies, you know. But yeah, Dead Cells go to the easy 80 right here, easy. Then I played Call of Duty Warzone 2. Just, you know, it's a video game. Is this not on... Call of Duty. Oh, it's just called Warzone? Holy fuck. I am very confused. Okay, that's definitely... Those are definitely locations from Warzone 2. Or at least 2.0. Fucking whatever. So this is kind of surprising. I kinda went against the grain. I rated this game way higher than the people on the website that I rate games on. So Warzone is actually going into B tier. Probably above Apocalypse Weekend, probably above Resident Evil 3 Remake. I don't think it's gonna go above Mafia, the Definitive Edition. The platforming in Dead Cells is to waste your time for the time-locked reward doors that give you a ton of cells. That might be kinda true, but at the same time, the Dead Cells parkour is partially randomized because the worst bits of parkour are when two pieces that don't fit well together are right next to each other. That happens in like the sewer maps and other underground maps mostly. So it's still kind of like an unfortunate accidents on the part of the game engine, I think. Because the normal platforming that you usually have to do is fine. It's whatever. There is some challenge parkour, of course, too. I remember in the bank vault, there's this crazy fucking course with a bunch of spikes. But you are doing that specifically to get a specific reward, so that's more understandable, you know. And yeah, Warzone 2. Holy fuck, people really don't like this game. I kinda liked it, to be fair. So this is my... I rated it 3.5 out of 5, so like 7 out of 10. I put like 75 hours into Warzone 2 when it came out. To be fair, it was part of my job because at that time I was still writing articles for a website. And I wrote, it's a step back from Warzone 1 in every aspect except for the gunplay. It's buggy despite being made by one of the biggest companies in the world. But god damn it, did I still just like playing it? The shooting felt like really good in this game. I might be just addicted to AAA slop. As of Season 3 Reloaded, I'm kind of done with it, to be honest. So yeah, I quit. June 13, 2023, I was just kind of done with the game. I moved on. So I don't know, I quit before the new map was playable. So I don't know how well that went. Let me take a look here. Okay. Okay, I don't recognize the locations, so I'm assuming they added like a new map and whatever. Kinda looks like the old map though. What the fuck? But yeah, these buildings, this setup is completely different than the setup I'm used to. Huh. No idea. Yeah, there's all the over-the-top, like, kill animations, and you have fucking Nicki Minaj as a playable character. You fucking Spawn, you know, there's a ton of shit in this game, but like at the core of it, I just liked the shooting. Like the shooting in Warzone 2 was fucking phenomenal. But then the game lost my interest. So, and then I played Deus Ex: Mankind Divided. This is a sequel to Deus Ex: Human Revolution, which is a prequel / spiritual successor to Deus Ex the original, which is a lot of things in a row, I guess. Deus Ex is going... Mankind Divided is going like maybe below Dead Cells. It's a good game. I enjoyed it. I think I am in the minority when it comes to the game, to this game specifically, because I guess I'm close to like what people said. I remember this game got a lot of hate, really a bunch of fucking hate for being unfinished, and like people said it's so much worse than people said it's so much worse than Human Revolution, and I don't know if I agree with that. So yeah, I put 25 hours into the base game, not the DLCs. The DLCs I rated separately. I think people overstate how unfinished this game is. Don't get me wrong, you get the feeling that some loose threads and the portion that got cut in the making, you get a feeling that there are some loose threads and that a portion of the game got cut in the making, but what's there is 100% polished and well worth playing through. Prague, which is the central like location of this whole game, is a beautiful, climactic, dense city with some side stories to uncover and many apartments to break into. The story is nothing to write home about, but it's fun to go through the city uncovering conspiracies, exploring abandoned buildings, knocking out cops, messing around with environmental interactables, and finding your way around locked doors and security devices. That being said, there's less variety in locations than in Human Revolution, while the gameplay is dumbed down comparatively at the same time. Yes, you have more AUGs, arguments, and way more weapons to choose from, but Human Revolution's more open approach to quest and level designs took 2 steps back, which is a trend since Human Revolution already took 3 steps back in that regard from the original Deus Ex. Despite this is a clearly game made by people with passion who deserved better, but sadly they got Square Enix. This is in reference to the studio that made Deus Ex: Mankind Divided got completely liquefied, and they put all of those people like on different projects. I think a lot of people still look at it like it's supposed to be much close to the original Deus Ex. The immersive sim stuff was more or less stripped out with Human Revolution 2. That is very true. Like, at this point, it's not worth to compare any game to Deus Ex the first one, because Deus Ex the first one was such a freak of nature accident that will never be repeated. It was the fucking perfect storm of everything happening that made that game, and I don't think we will ever get a repeat, so it's not worth like expecting another game to measure up to Deus Ex 1. Which I need to remind people always, like, the direct sequel is one of the worst Deus Ex games on the market. The fucking Invisible War shit. And yeah, the Deus Ex Mankind Divided was... It's a good game. I think it's a little bit overhated. Yeah, I gotta give it to Human Revolution. I think Human Revolution wins on the basis that you visit more locations. And I like that very much. In Mankind Divided, you're just stuck in Prague, and then you go to one other location for a mission, and it doesn't even feel like you went anywhere, so... I look at Deus Ex franchise the same way I see Elder Scrolls Daggerfall compared to Morrowind than compared to Oblivion. All of them are good games, but all of them cater to different people. That is very beautifully sums up this franchise. It's just a lot of like the same thing with Final Fantasy, for example, right? There is a lot of games, and they specialize in like a little bit different areas, you know, and that's fine. Like they will appeal to different people. Mankind Divided definitely had like the best going around Prague. Prague was the like high point. The like the hub area of Deus Ex Mankind Divided was truly fucking beautiful and interconnected in a lot of different ways. In Human Revolution, I barely fucking remember the hub area, for example. I only remember the guy dancing in the metro. He was kind of funny. But obviously the missions themselves were better in Human Revolution for sure. But then I played Deus Ex Mankind Divided System Rift, which is a DLC to... it's a small little DLC to Mankind Divided. It's pretty mid. I'm gonna put it like bottom of B tier maybe. It's very, very mid. It was just single like extra level. So like, if I beat it in 3 hours, it's just one big mission for Mankind Divided, but honestly it's pretty good. The story is just an excuse for a cool bank heist mission. The mission itself reuses a lot of assets you see throughout Mankind Divided, but the level design is above and beyond anything you see in the base game. There's a lot to find, there are some gimmicks that make stealthing more challenging, and there is a reason to replay and try a different approach. Definitely a good DLC worth playing through at least once, but nothing beyond that. It's just a small little piece of DLC, we can move on. But then Mankind divided a criminal past. Holy fuck. People are sleeping on this, because this literally shown me what Deus Ex could have been, and rightfully so. It is the most highly rated anything to do with Mankind Divided. Criminal Past was fucking goated. So I wrote about a lot of this, so I won't have to explain much, I feel. I beat it in 4 hours. It's a really small, like, campaign, but Criminal Past is a bite-sized map with different sections you will go through. You start out the DLC completely stripped of your Augs, which is a nice change of pace, and then you regain them over the course of the story. The pace at which you regain your arguments makes each skill point invested so much more valuable than in the base game. Will you put that point into hacking or gamble on finding a multi-tool? Maybe remote hacking to bypass those lasers, maybe a high jump to reach that balcony, maybe enhanced vision to find useful vents. Maybe strength to make yourself a makeshift ladder. The cloak would make sneaking through that courtyard easier too. It's a lot of cool moving parts that fit in beautifully. The level design is above and beyond anything you will see in Mankind Divided. Again, Mankind Divided level design was very basic in missions specifically, because just exploring Prague was cool. With many options to approach each of the cell blocks and buildings. What's more important is the fact that choices and consequences are back from original Deus Ex for the first fucking time. Well, almost. You see how you navigate the prison affects your relationship with certain characters. I did something a character disliked and risked going into a 1v3 while turning prisoners who were up to this point friendlies into hostiles, but I managed to track him down with 2 dialogue options. I really wish the game did not let me track him down and instead made me face the consequences of my choice. And the chat disconnected for a second, so I don't know what you guys missed. Well, you can always read it here. I don't know if it was like only my chat. So speaking of choice, the main quest can be resolved in a number of ways, and it's not as straightforward as pretty much everything you find in the base game. You need to investigate clues, make judgments, and complete side objectives to get the full picture. If Criminal Past was just one quest in Mankind Divided and all of the other quests were like that, it would be the best modern Deus Ex game fucking ever, and I would not expect for them to reach that high again. Like, Criminal Past is just one perfect mission, and sadly it's DLC, you know. But it's just one perfect mission in a game that was sorta very flawed, sadly. So then I played Layers of Fear from 2016. This game is going straight to the D tier above Guardians of the Galaxy. Maybe, nah, above Guardians of the Galaxy. I did not like it. I really did not like it. I think it kinda sucked, honestly. It was kinda bad. Okay, and I really disliked it even compared to like the general consensus. PT clone, that really sums it up. It really sums it up in 2 words. It's just a PT clone. And you can see it here. I played 2 hours of it, and I wrote an extremely lackluster game that tries to be PT or Amnesia or anything horror related that reached critical acclaim. And even though it failed miserably in my books, it somehow tricked people into thinking this game is deep and art because it features a lot of paintings. Don't waste your 2.5 hours and couple of euros and instead watch a good movie or play a better game like any of the mentioned ones. Layers of Fear Layers of Fear just took handfuls of things that made other horror games cool and just fucking pasted it into their game without thinking how does any of this make sense. So of course you have the some of the visual stuff is really cool, but you obviously have the gotta have the dead wife haunting you. Gotta have the like going through repeating hallways, and they are changing and degrading over time. It's not it's a walking simulator. That's what really annoys me. You cannot fucking die in this stupid game. So there is no like saving, there is no checkpoints, and there is no consequences to. There is no consequences, therefore there is no like being on edge or being scared of losing your progress. They relied on so many fucking jump scares to try to make it seem scary, while it really was not that. It really wasn't. It just wasn't fucking scary. Just the lady jumping out sometimes made you go, ooh, and that's it. And it just moved on. Okay, I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 33 games to go through still. Okay, I will take a little bit of a piss break and come back to you in a second. And then we will fire off a couple of other, fire off a couple of other other things for the tier list. And in the meantime, I will just put on some Cabela's Dangerous Hands and be right back.
Does make you wonder why they keep setting this up like a horror movie. Some of the lines sound straight out of Blumhouse.
I appreciate you taking care of us, Ed.
I have a good feeling, Jacob. I think this will be a very special hunt for you and your brother. Very special.
Yeah, but Luke didn't leave a great impression last round. Though unlike Jacob, who mainly works to preserve animals, Luke has apparently become a master big game hunter. So there could be some drama in Jacob not measuring up to him, and then all hell breaks loose.
Hold on. Whoa! This could get bumpy, friend. Get ready.
Ed? What is that?
Sandstorm! Sand is coming in the back. I need to close the window. I fear we could get caught in a stampede. I must ask you to help defend the vehicle, or we may be crushed.
Defend the vehicle. Okay.
I got one.
Jesus Christ, do I have to kill every water buffalo? There's like 400 of them. Do sandstorms actually cause instant madness? It just keeps going. You can switch out weapons too. This is all self-defense. It's Howl's.
What the fuck was that other gun then? This looks like a shotgun, but it's using like normal rounds in the bottom right corner. Do you know the? Do you guys know that guy? There's this series of YouTube videos where a guy from a British weapon museum checks out the different games and how realistic their guns are. He should take a look at this, because I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. This is obviously like a double barrel shotgun. What the fuck is this? It's like a rifle, looks like a shotgun, but is actually a rifle. What the fire rate is? It's almost like a full auto firearm, but in a single, fire mode. There is no bolt action. What the fuck is that gun supposed to be? It's driving me nuts. And also it looks like it's shooting fucking Okay, that's not a 9mm. That's surely a bigger caliber than 9mm. Because the casing looks different. Or is that an entire 9mm bullet coming out of the... What the fuck am I looking at? I would love the guy from the Royal Armoury Museum, I forgot what he's called, to take a look at this and comment on what these guns might be.
You could switch out weapons too. This is all self-defense. It's Howell's moving castle doctrine, aka get the fuck away from my Jeep. Oh, they're leaving.
Leopards!
Holy shit! Leopards looking confused around a dead bison? They're trying to steal our fucking decals! Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. Is this a roadblock? The leopards set up an ambush? I have so many questions about Africa and sandstorms, but I'm not an expert. I'm not a conservationist like Jacob. I know jaguars are ambush predators, but that was... Oh, the bison are back. The game has you back to shooting bison for a while, but the mix-up comes when the birds are in on it too. It's hard to tell, but...
What the fuck is happening? He's just shooting random fucking things out of the Jeep for no reason.
They sure look like they could be Canadian geese, which would be why they want to kill us. Everything wants to kill us. Let's merge into the buffalo lane. The animals don't get it. Jacob will glass all of Africa to defend this vehicle. And it just keeps going. Constant new threats. I saw the Impala reaching. And every time you think there might be a break and you're out of the storm, you look over the ridge and look at that, the bison are back. Jacob's vacation is turning into a scientific incident. He may have hammered deep enough into the buffalo gene pool to change their fate as a fucking species.
Keep an eye for leopards hiding in the trees!
And the leopards are not far behind. Did the bears survive and orchestrate all this? Look at this. What is there to talk about?
He's boarding more fucking animals than you actually mow down like enemies in a typical Call of Duty campaign. This is fucking insane. What the fuck?
Is this what Dad wanted? All animals bigger than my phone must die? There are plenty of animals here to the point that they might literally grow on trees. Because at one point Ed accidentally hits a tree and it's like a pipe ruptured. He turned on the leopard faucet. It's pure leopards. I haven't seen big cats behaving as a liquid like this since Roar. And the bison never stop coming. It's unbelievable. 2 missions in, and it's the greatest hunting game of all time. And look, it even sets up a rhino to be your rival. I'm not sure the WWF is going to buy self-defense anymore. And I mean the panda one, not the one Mr. House used to run. And get this, the lions want you dead too. At least these are pack hunters until a giant pillar falls down that pulverizes a good half of the pride. Who would have thought an African safari was more like Time Crisis? This game does not make you a conservationist. It makes you think maybe people were too hard on that dentist. Maybe Cecil the lion had AoE attacks in multiple phases. I wasn't there. Is that why Cabela's stopped making these? I mean, technically it was a Czech developer, but Cabela's approved it. When you see lions running past water buffalo and impala to specifically get you, it opens a lot of questions. Is this another iteration of Blue Gender? I'm talking about Blue Gender twice in 1 year? Who cares? Blood for the blood god.
What the fuck? Where are they even driving? What the fuck is that infrastructure? What is with the terrain? Nothing makes fucking sense. The developers of this game have never seen a fucking picture of a real savannah, I guess. What's happening? Is the driver okay?
We will salvage what we can. But right now, I have to make repairs. Maybe
Okay.
you should start your hunt for the day.
I'm sorry. Start my hunt for the day? I'm amazed that he survived the commute.
I will be here a very long time. Maybe you can find that bull elephant that has given us so much trouble.
I can do that.
Wait, that voice.
You can switch with the triangle button.
Your Shadow with his beloved and iconic handgun, and Christian Bale, which is perfect design and casting. Well, off we go on foot.
Holy fuck, this game is insane.
It actually is kind of tense.
2011 was also batshit insane, but not like this. It didn't start out with quite this much of a bang.
Going through this bush. You have to scavenge for health and ammo, but at least you are leveling up your skills. You're pretty much guaranteed to max out Marksman, which gives you extra ammo. The others can be trickier, and of course. Now what you may not have known is this game is actually a Souls-like because you have a stamina meter and can dodge roll. And the Bison has some moves too, but you've seen plenty of them die already, so let's find something more exotic. Ah, hyenas. This is where you learn about the turnaround button, which is instantaneous. And look, while it is fun to forever change the biodiversity of these animals, the aim assist and drag and how you move the weapon is just so clumsy and awful. A lot of it is due to something many FPS games do that you might not notice. In many other shooters, the gun follows your crosshairs, or the screen is more fixed on it to where the gun always follows it. Most of the series was light gun compatible, and this is no exception, which would work better if the whole game was on rails like the car, but it still felt and looked awkward there too. You can still use your sights, and most of the game is going to be on foot. So rather than trying to be a good on-rails shooter or a good FPS, it's in this weird hybrid zone. The game is trying to
Dusk is indeed an excellent FPS.
have set pieces, but my heart and soul want to call them.
I love you, David. I love your fucking games. Iron Lung, Dusk, and what the fuck else he made. Those are excellent. I love you. I love you very much. And your games, they're fucking great.
We got past the car incident. Now we're entering the hyena zone.
That's strange. The ranger station is always manned this time of the year. No matter. Get inside. You will be safe in the basement.
Go into the basement of the abandoned ranger station.
Holy fuck. Yeah, sadly, I'm pretty sure you guys are aware that YouTube is waging a war on ad blockers, and the only thing that works for me is this YouTube extension that just skips the ads, but they pop up from time to time, which is pretty annoying.
Oh god, this reminds me of the bear house in Condemned 2.
There's hyenas everywhere.
Jacob, you knew that on the way in. It doesn't stay dark for long as hyenas absolutely swarm the area. I think they're supposed to break in from outside the station, but I swear they sometimes spawn inside the building. It is endless snarling and...
I'm sorry, is this ranger station supposed to be maintained? Did they literally destroy a ranger station from inside and like nestle in its walls? What the fuck is that? Do hyenas do that? I don't know hyenas very much, but that doesn't sound like a typical animal behavior is what I'm trying to say.
growling and chittering, and they follow you through every inch of the building, including outside. These are the most obnoxious hyenas in video games. Well, released video games.
Since 80s!
Why are they so desperate? And then wham, a hyena officer has arrived. Again, like the wolves, demolishing 3 battalions of them won't discourage them, but taking out the leader will. When they're dealt with, you know what it is. Now going back to
conserving the animals, you know.
From earlier, the game tries to establish villain animals. This is hard to pull off for a number of reasons, with one being every animal is already trying to kill me, so they're all villains. But just to make the rhino from earlier a little bit more irredeemable, they show it fucking up an impala. But that wasn't the animal Ed said was a problem earlier.
Maybe you can find that bull elephant that has given us so much trouble.
Earlier, you did encounter elephants on the road too, but couldn't kill any. I just assumed this was because you weren't carrying an anti-tank rifle or something and just didn't have the caliber yet. And check out the dialogue here.
Massive.
It sounds like now is your chance. Take him down.
They never say rhino, and the rhino boss fight is kind of bland and easy. And it moves a lot like how the bison already do. I have a theory about this. I am convinced that at one point you 1v1'd a bull elephant. They already had the model, and the pre-rendered cutscene had Ed wanting you to take care of it, but someone somewhere thought that would be in such bad taste or cause controversy to the point it got scrapped. The follow-up is also vague. Really.
You must be eager to tell your brother you have taken such a trophy.
Not that a rhino is much better, but I feel there's a story here. And now flashback time.
Yeah, maybe you should get a kill under your belt before you start planning where to put all your trophies. That's why we're here. Try to keep up.
It's a good day to hunt.
It's always a good day to hunt.
True. but I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday. Two guys I'd rather spend it with.
So we're taken back to pre-bear collision, and this is a strange choice. We've already seen how Dad and the bear allegedly died. So now we're taken back to the beginning of that story where the brothers are inexperienced hunters. But at least Alaska is beautiful.
Go for it. Look after your brother.
Awesome.
Wait, we're back to hunting elk? Cabela's, I don't think we can go back to this. Not after that. But hang on. Desert war in a car followed by a sneaky climb through the mountains. Are they actually using Modern Warfare 2 as the blueprint? This is not the same atmosphere.
Alright, I'll take the one on the left. You take the one on the right. You take the one on the left.
No, no fuck. This is an actual in-game dialogue. What the fuck?
3, 2, 1, now! Great shot. Nice one.
Oh god. Are we gonna get Cabela's version of No Russian?
Fucking imagine that. Would the Cabela's version of No Russian be just you walking into an fucking animal shelter with a machine gun?
But for now, Dad is pleased that Jacob is killed, and this fills his eyes with light. So this chapter is more to explain why Jacob is the way he is. And to be fair, an elk hunt is a nice break from the horrors of Africa, which were— oh shit, what the— okay, never mind. Pursue the moose.
What is it?
I think some wolves may have picked up the smell of blood.
Man, who cares about the wolves? I'm way more scared of a moose. The tier list for the—
True. A lot of people don't realize, but moose? How do you say the fucking plural form of moose? Is it just moose again? Anyway, the animal, the moose is so much fucking bigger than most people realize. When standing up on all fours, it's easily taller than your car, for example, and usually taller than you. It's fucking scary, man.
These animals is just completely wrong. They treat the moose like it's an oversized gazelle, and the wolves are the wolves from The Grey. That did come out while the game was in development. Liam Neeson says that wolves will kill all life within 30 miles of their den, and that appears to be the rule here too.
There's a lot of them.
Hang on, we're coming.
Jesus Christ.
And remember, this all happened before the bear hunt, complete with a different black wolf. Now the scene could be how Jacob's fractured mind remembers things, but who knows?
Imagine a psychological horror about hunting animals. I guess Squealer Stapler, again by David, is basically that. So, huh.
Oh, yeah, 100% crazy.
Jacob,
Is that Canderous?
it's been a minute.
Maybe more than a minute.
He got quite the glow up growing up, I gotta say. Especially his fucking voice. God damn, did
Happy
it
to
change?
see you. Glad you agreed to meet up.
We always talked about coming out here together.
We did. You remember what this weekend is?
I guess he didn't want me to forget it. He may have followed in his footsteps and took over his job, but
I'm not sure if he means park ranger or if Dad was the Ketchikan Doomslayer. Basically, I'm doubting him as a force of good. The Klingit people might have carved a 12-story tall shame pole of the man.
I couldn't stay connected to that past.
Come on. Trotting the globe, taking on dangerous game. Don't you think that's all about Dad?
If you came here looking for answers, maybe you should just go home.
I'm not going anywhere. I came to hunt.
I need to get your brother to his own hunt as well.
It's fine. I appreciate the
This
list.
game is
There are
so
reports of an
fucking
Impala
funny.
herd just inside the gorge. Should provide for an exhilarating hunt.
Sounds perfect.
An Impala hunt also doesn't sound too exciting in comparison, but it sounds like Jacob's getting off a little at the idea.
This is the fun part. Spectacular creatures.
Oh, come on, that didn't count. It is possible it was only wounded like the moose, but moose have way higher AC. Oh, it's because a jaguar had to steal it. Actually, it's because I didn't shoot the male Impala. So every so often it pretends to act like a real hunting game again. The entire Impala hunt lasted maybe 30 seconds before it went off the rails. Though I really do dig the Predator jungle drums in the soundtrack.
It's supposed to be this real hunting game with realism and shit, but it takes me a little bit out of the experience where Mandalore shoots an animal and it immediately fucking evaporates like if Thanos had snapped it. Like they immediately just go away. I don't know if that's an engine limitation or what the fuck were they thinking, but there's not even like skinning the animals, taking trophies, nothing like that. Fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 had that, and that's not really a game about hunting. Obviously you had to interact with hunting for some of the gameplay elements, but the game is not primarily it's not Cabela's Dangerous Hunts hunting game, you know.
Yeah, Impalas are over. It's Jaguar time. You can use detective vision to see them perfectly, but that's not very sporty. I always thought Jaguars were solitary hunters, but judging off the sounds, there are maybe 300 of them out here. This is Jaguar Thermopylae, and I have to be the Sword of Xerxes. But they're not formation fighters, and are crafty ambushers. They spend the first while jumping around trees, screeching and trying to demoralize you. And you're always coming across ruins or ammo stashes from the unworthy warriors who died before you. I'm not yet sure what Cabela's means by these greater lore implications. It is very narrow, and I don't like that. Jesus!
Okay, I am back to judge video games on pretty arbitrary metrics, admittedly, because I'm just going like, you know, oh, I like this game, I don't like this game, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I will do a couple more of these, and then I will just wrap up the stream. I wanna get rid of like at least another row or something, and then I will leave the last games for an entirely like different stream. So let's see what we have next. We talked about Call of Duty Warzone, which I liked. It was kind of shocked how much I liked it. We talked about Deus Ex and its DLC. Did I write the DLC? Nope, I didn't. It's here. Okay. So Deus Ex, A Criminal Past. It was really cool. It's funny that we have like two DLCs that beat out their like the original game they came from in the fucking rating. Kind of hilarious if you think about it. Yeah, I'm comfortable like putting it in S tier. Jesus Christ, if the rest of the game was like that, then the whole Mankind Divided would be like S tier in its entirety. Oh, but I did rate Layers of Fear. Okay. So I just skipped over that one. And then we have Risk of Rain 2. This is not a game I played for the first time. But it's kind of one of... I would say it's kind of an ongoing game. Just because, like, how much content they add. Just how much content they add with, like, very frequent updates. I'm gonna put it middle of A tier. It's a great goddamn game. It's it's super great, super solid stuff. And the reason why I replayed it also is because my friend has gotten it, and my girlfriend also bought it, and we played together. It's one of the best like co-op things you can play with your friends to just shoot the shit and kill time. It's so cool. So I put 56 hours into Risk of Rain 2, and here's what I wrote. This is one of those games I could theoretically play forever, unlock all the achievements, master skills, modifications, unlock mastery skills, modifications, items, etc, etc, but I will not, because at some point when you hit that critical point of playing it every day for 2 weeks straight, it becomes really easy to put down once you realize you gravitate towards a certain character every run, and you feel like you progress through everything worthwhile, or the progression becomes really tedious. That doesn't really matter, since it's absolutely worth your money. The gameplay is unlike anything I experienced prior to and post playing the game. The soundtrack and soundscape of the game is a goddamn experience. The gameplay loop is just crack cocaine. There are characters that cater to wildly different playstyles. There is so much to see and so much to kill. And that is Risk of Rain 2, easy A tier, like goddamn. I could even put it like somewhere like higher on the list, but nah, I'm sorta okay with where it's at right now, and I don't wanna mess with the list anymore than it needs to. So let's move on to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is going into the B tier. But how high or how low? This is one of those games that is unlike anything in this tier, because this is an online game, and online games you have to approach much differently, I'm afraid. So I'm not sure where to put it here. When in doubt, just say it's okay. It's definitely better than Warzone. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm happy with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre being like almost in the middle of B tier. It's a fun game. It's fine. It's nothing like super special. And here is what I wrote about it. I put 22 hours into it, which is respectable time, even though it's like a multiplayer game. Usually you put more into multiplayer games, but whatever. The week I started playing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I was truly addicted to it. Wake up on a free day, boot up my PC, start looking for a match, make a coffee in the meantime, play until I have to do something around the house or eat for a whole week straight. It's just kind of a cozy asymmetrical horror game. Free killers hunt down for victims who are trying to simply leave them up by predetermined routes. This leads to many fun chases, bumbling around the map until you learn it after a couple of matches, finding out that Sissy is objectively one of the evilest fucking characters I have ever seen in any online game, because once she hits you with a poisoned knife, you basically lose any meaningful control over your character's movement, and you're as good as dead from one fucking hit. But you learn how to play all the killers quickly, maps becomes repetitive quickly, you start feeling like there's nothing new to look forward to far too quickly, and grinding out more than 2 characters is a chore. But for all intents and purposes, that's fine. I don't need to have infinite fun with every multiplayer game I touch. I had 22 hours of really great fun, and I could easily double or triple it and still have fun, especially with friends, but I have a backlog to conquer, so I will be moving on. And yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was fun. It's really good game. Like, I will say, with some friends, this easily could like jump up the list. I don't know how the balance changed ever since I stopped playing it. I stopped playing it I stopped playing it 24th of August 2023. This is not long after it released, I think, like 2 weeks, something like that. But like, yeah, it's just a fun game to play. If you want some multiplayer fun with your friends, you know. And then then you have JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven, and this little thing is going bottom of B tier, but like above System Rift. Like, that DLC was very dry. Actually, I'm bumping this down. I'm bumping this down to C tier, just because it makes the list more easy to look at, and System Rift was like really middling in my opinion. Speaking of middling, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven. Oh my god. So the really important distinction is, I think, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure R-Style Battle R, this one, right? This is a better fighting game. This is undoubtedly a better fighting game. But for me personally, I didn't like it. That's why it's so low. This is so high because I really fucking liked it, but I would never put it like higher because it's not a great game, like at all. So I put 15 hours into it. This includes the main story and like the couple of side achievement things I did. And this is what I think. It's really easy to put this one down as soon as you finish the story mode, which is probably the biggest insult I can imagine to a fighting game. The multiplayer is dead, but even if it wasn't, why would I subject myself to online battles in a game that has nearly zero skill expression, techs, and a lot of cheese? That being said, I enjoyed the story because it's tons of fan service for serious JoJo fans. You get to see a lot of characters that will never interact with each other in manga or anime do so in this game. 3 out of 5 is really stretching it, considering I fucking love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it's not even that high of a rating, which is saying something. I don't recommend this game to anyone who has not finished part 7 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Both because you will get slapped with some serious spoilers and because you will probably not think much of this game anyway if you haven't gotten into the manga due to liking the overall XP. This is definitely like a game for JoJo nerds, and I think like any person that's not a huge JoJo nerd should stay away from it. It's not worth your time. And then we have Gravity Rush Remastered. Gravity Rush Remastered. Where is it? There it is. It's going into C tier, and it's going into like right here, I think. So here's what I had to say. Man, this game is so overhyped in my opinion. Like, I just don't get it. Is it because the main character is a pretty anime girl? It's because of that, isn't fucking it? Jesus Christ. So, 12 hours, finished the main story, did some really like basic side quests, and here you go. This game is quite literally a cool tech demo for gravity shift movement. If you plan on picking this up, do yourself a favor and play for an hour in the open world, do some races and delete this game because it already peaked. The story is uninspired, boring, and the biggest nothing burger in my recent memory. The game's art style just sucks. Everything is grey, boring, nothing. Enemy designs are all summed up by it's a black block or blob in a shape of blank. So yeah, shape of a spider, shape of a little crab, shape of a fucking floating thing, whatever. They are as uninteresting to look at as they are boring to fight. The combat is beyond bad, it's actively trying to annoy you at every single opportunity. There's a bunch of attacks that track enemies for you. Many of them will be your bread and butter in fights, and they tend to miss a lot. This is made worse by the fact you have 3 special powers that are your big damage dealers. They are all tied to the same cooldown that starts as soon as you finish the special attack. I had so many fucking situations where I was one hit and the boss was low HP enough to take him out with a special attack. I do it and it completely misses the boss for no reason, making me retreat to a safe area and wait out the cooldown before trying again because I don't want to repeat this shitty boss fight. Which boss was that? Just pick one. There's not a single good boss fight in the entire game. There's not a single good fight in the entire game because the combat blows. And the game will force encounter after encounter onto you with a lot of filler on screen that you will have to defeat to move on, especially in the second half of the game. All the characters are just cardboard, they don't do anything interesting, they don't say anything interesting, and if you have ever seen any anime cliche in your life, you best believe Gravity Rush will have it. Some scenes just made me physically cringe in front of the TV, whether it's cartoon tier, villain designs and speeches, or the protagonist getting fucking tricked for the 25th time in the story. I would not recommend the game overall to literally anyone. The 2 out of 5 or 4 out of 10 is only that I bumped it up even to like 2.5 out of 5, so 5 out of 10. It's only there for 2 reasons. I could easily go even lower. When it comes to visual design, Kat, the protagonist, actually looks pretty goddamn standout. That's great character design. And the first hour of the game, when you are learning gravity controls and are zooming around the open world, are just goddamn fun. Yeah, the combat in this game was so bad. I really hated it. Like, it has so many cool ideas because yeah, you transform gravity to attack, but then you have to like awkwardly aim this and it will sometimes miss for no reason. Like, he just missed. That was fucking auto-aim, fucking up his input. Because it auto-aims actually a lot to the orbs. And then you just slide over the enemy and not hit it. I never bothered to use combat on the ground. Because most of enemies are anyway floating in the air anyway. Let's see. This boss was just a goddamn fucking freak to fight because he kept running away from you. Such great design, and you run out of gravity meter, you fall for a little bit, you turn on the gravity, you get closer to him for like half an hour, and then you kick him twice and he goes away, and the hits are not always counting. Jesus Christ. Just, oh my god, I am so glad I am done with that game. Holy fuck. I still wanna check out the sequel, maybe it got better, but I am not holding my breath. And we are finally entering like the most recent stuff I played, which included Postal Brain Damaged, which is a straight like 8 out of 10 game. I will put it maybe like right here. Okay, I respect Ico a little bit more for what it does, so I'll put it right here. Actually below Risk of Rain 2. Fuck, it's next to Postal 2. Okay, below Postal 2, because I think Postal 2 is a little bit better. So Postal Brain Damaged is a spin-off that's very similar to Doom 2016, like this person said. And this is what I had to write for it. I played 10 hours of it. Honestly, this is on par, if not better, than the reason Postal exists as a franchise at all, that being Postal 2. I would even go so far as to say that the team behind Brain Damaged, which is not the main dev of Postal, gets Postal more than running with scissors after the disappointments of Paradise Lost and what I heard about Postal 4 so far. Yeah, Paradise Lost was that expansion that I talked about that was disappointing. And like I said, this really rivals Postal 2 in terms of like humor and fun actually out of this video game, but I think Postal 2 is the way more replayable game, so it's going like below it for sure. And then Lost Judgment, ladies and gentlemen. Lost fucking Judgment, the sequel to Judgment, which is right here. Lost Judgment is going straight into S tier. And I'm thinking it, yeah, I liked it more than Hollow Knight. Fuck it. Lost Judgment fucking rocks, man. Oh my god. So let's see what I wrote. I put 56 hours into it, and I would come back. I wanna come back for the rest of like the side content and everything. But sadly, I played this on PS Plus subscription, and I will have to just buy this game because it's so good, man. So it features the best combat and story out of our Ryuga Gatawa games I have played so far, that being Yakuza 0, Yakuza Kiwami 1, Yakuza Kiwami 2, Yakuza 3, and both Judgment games. The story is phenomenal, with some truly touching scenes, man. Almost every single complaint that I have with the previous title, which is the original Judgment, was addressed. They expanded combat, there is less trailing missions, the pacing is better, there were additions to transversal throughout the map to make it better, better options for investing your skill points. It's a perfect sequel. It's literally a perfect sequel. Holy hell. Honestly, it was almost perfect. It still has issues. Nothing will ever be perfect, but just the fact that this is the second game I have ever graded as a 5 out of 5 So like 10 out of 10 has to mean something. I have put 56 hours into my first playthrough with a decent amount of doing side stuff, even just enjoying old SNES era games at the in-game arcade. And all that time went by in a goddamn instant. Could not recommend it more, especially if you were into the previous installment in the slightest. Yeah. Man, what a good fucking game. I wish more games were this good. Holy shit. Speaking of games that are good, here is one that's not. Diablo 2 Resurrected. So, Diablo 2 is... Where's that fucking... Diablo 2 is going straight into here. Way below Gravity Rush, below... Maybe not below the JoJo. You know what? I'm putting it here. And I'm putting down As Dusk Falls, like even lower, because that game had one job and it failed to do it. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Here is my full review after 25 hours. The only good thing about this is to relieve some nostalgia, so if you never played Diablo 2 during its release years, don't bother in 2023, because this is a 2000s game with a fresh coat of paint. Its gameplay aged horribly, as nearly all loot-based games that came after Diablo 2 have significantly improved its formula. I honestly feel fucking stupid for completing this game. I tried it with my girlfriend, got to the tail end of Act 2 and we dropped it because Diablo 2's gameplay loop is just so boring. I eventually came back and finished Act 4 before being done with it. Diablo is dead, I don't fucking care about the rest of the story. I actually super regret picking it back up and playing through the rest. You get swarmed by mobs 24/7 and spend 5 to 10 minutes killing each group of enemies, which consists of you holding left click with the occasional spellcast in between. The main draw to Diablo 2 was always building your character, finding better gear, etc, etc, except that at normal difficulty, the one you start on, you will change your gear once maybe 3 to 5 hours of play. I literally had the same gear for around 8 hours in Act 1 because the game refused to drop me some better gear from the 30-ish bosses, special and rare monsters that we fucking killed in that time. Every single health bar of nearly anything you go against is so bloated you will be whacking at a boss for solid 15 minutes at a time, even if he does no damage to you. This can extend to upwards of 30 minutes if he is actually a threat and you need to portal out, restock on potions and such. The gameplay is also super sluggish. Sometimes your character drinks a potion 1 to 2 seconds after the button press. Sometimes he doesn't cast his abilities, even though I'm pressing the button to cast the abilities. Bosses and strong mobs can get stuck on stuff or stop responding to you being around, which results in them getting mauled or shot to death, which still takes 10 minutes flat, even with the boss not even fucking moving. Amazing. All of the dungeons, environments and maps are bland and empty of any meaningful life. This game is literally the only RPG looter hack and slash where I skipped every single optional area because I knew the loot from it will be garbage and there is no joy to be had from the game's extremely simple combat. At that point you have to ask yourself, does this game have anything else going for it? Well, the different classes and their skill trees are cool, I guess. The cinematics look super dope and are fairly entertaining. The part that confuses me is that people say that Diablo 2 has a great plot. It fucking doesn't, you liars. The plot is kill the demons because they are evil. It's almost as simple as it can get. The presentation is great, character designs and key locations look cool, but they all deliver very predictable, run-of-the-mill dialogue and story. I think all of those are reasons enough to put it like at the bottom there. So, and then I played Silent Hill 4: The Room, which is also some overhyped garbage in my opinion. Okay, it's not garbage, but yeah, people like this who think this is a 10 out of 10 and it's underrated, there's something wrong with them. Genuinely. I am very fucking sorry. Silent Hill: The Room is going like maybe here. That's the highest I can go for this fucking game. So, what's the problem with this one? 10 hours and 36 minutes to complete the story. Easily the worst Silent Hill made by Team Silent, the original developers, due to multiple infuriating design decisions. Which is a shame, because the opening 30 minutes are literal peak of this entire series. I stand by that, that is very true. Gameplay: the combat, historically terrible or just plain basic across all Silent Hills, was made even fucking worse by adding a very bad wind-up mechanic. Those heavy attacks will often just miss your target standing right in front of you, and a dodge that is even worse than that. Moreover, the devs in their infinite wisdom added a limited inventory space and an infinite box in your safe zone to store items. Clearly inspired by Resident Evil, the inventory mechanic leads to some cool moments where you have to go back to your safe zone and interact with certain equipment to alter items, solve puzzles, and progress the story. I liked that. What I don't like is that you cannot reload your gun with bullets from the ground when your inventory is full, like you can in every single Resident Evil that has ever been fucking made. You can use healing items from the ground and you can't use healing items from the ground, and most importantly, you cannot fucking dismiss or drop items. This leads to situations when you are forced to backtrack to the safe zone and dump items only to backtrack to the item and pick it up. This sounds minor, but it will be like solid 25% of your playthrough if you play like me. I'm not fucking kidding. I always held on to 1 melee and ranged weapons, ammunition for the ranged weapon, 1 heal, and 2 anti-ghost equipment. Usually there was a key item I needed to hold on because I did not know when I will use it. So that's 7 out of 10 total slots gone. In Resident Evil, I would be okay with that. But in Silent Hill, nothing stacks. There are 3 different healing items, but none of them stack. And ammo doesn't stack if you take 2 mags for the handgun. And the weapons itself... ammo doesn't stack if you take 2 mags for the handgun. And the weapon itself, that's like 30% of your inventory gone. What the fuck? The second enemy you run into who becomes a regular from that point is the Ghost. These motherfuckers are immortal. They always get back up unless you pin them to the ground with the 3rd rarest item in the game. And they deal damage by just being near you, countered only by wearing the 2nd rarest item in the game. It breaks after standing in their damage zone for too long. They also have a massive HP pool you need to get through to even have a chance to knock them down to the ground. Unless you use the rarest item in the fucking game, the silver bullet, to one-shot them. Do you see the problem that immediately pops up from that description? They are one of the shittiest enemies in all of gaming. They attack with no animation, they float so you can't get away from them unless you leave the room, and require you to waste the most precious resources you have in the entire video game. To top it all off, they just look like run-of-the-mill zombies, no cool-ass design like Pyramid Head or anything from previous games, just a grey dude with blood on him. I don't even have the strength to talk about how they butchered level design, puzzles, environments compared to previous entries. Every single thing related to moving your character through the levels and things you will see is a direct downgrade from every single Silent Hill before that one. And the story is kinda bad, and there's the room, which is the only good part of the game, and there's the summary. I don't wanna read all of this even because, like, thinking about Silent Hill for the room actually fucking hurts my soul. But then there is even... we can do even worse. Silent Hill Homecoming. Okay, I lied. Lords of the Fallen is better than Silent Hill Homecoming. Only slightly, but, you know. Oh my fucking god, Silent Hill Homecoming. Jesus Christ. Okay, this one is kinda brief, so... There are no words in the English language that can explain how funny this game is. A Japanese developer hands the keys to their IP, known for nuanced, heavy stories, driven mostly by an incredible cast of flawed, deep, weirdo characters, to a USA dev, and they immediately turn it into a combat-oriented game about an army man that's all in the head with puzzles that insult the player's intelligence, all while dangling words Silent Hill and iconic characters like Pyramid Head and Robbie the Rabbit every 15 fucking minutes of gameplay. All this without even mentioning the story is garbage, the dialogue is written by actual fucking alien creatures, the game crashes every second loading screen, and this has a lot of loading screens. It's certain kind of funny to play this right after 1, 2, 3 and 4 and depressing at the same time. There are zero good reasons to ever play this. The only thing might be satiating your morbid curiosity about how one of the most iconic gaming franchises fell to its fucking knees, man. Jesus Christ. And one more, actually let's do two more, Diablo 3 and Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. Diablo 3 is going like here. Diablo 3 is going here. So let's see what I wrote about it. And then Reaper of Souls is going actually above that. This is the expansion to Diablo 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna put them next to each other. Fuck it. Okay, so put 35 hours into this, and this is what I had to say. For literally years, people told me that Diablo 2 is one of the greatest games of all time and that Diablo 3 is a disappointing hollow sequel. After playing them back to back in 2023, this could not have been further from the truth. No nostalgia nonsense here and no favoritism based on which was my first, since I finished Diablo 2 first. Diablo 3 does almost every single possible thing better than 2, full stop. The most disappointing thing was the lack of skill trees, which were amazing in 2, but you will finally swap out your gear more than once every 8 hours. You can finally increase or decrease the difficulty mid-campaign to suit your needs, and the environments are no longer soulless, hollow killing floors. It's an improvement through and through. Doesn't mean it's perfect game or anything, of course. The story is still barely even there. There's a bad man, kill him, is the story of every single Diablo, and it will never change. There's very little place for nuanced storytelling in with this type of gameplay. and you just kinda have to accept that going in. Speaking of, killing rooms full of monsters, adjusting your build and trying different abilities and passives that empower them is fun. It just doesn't last. After one playthrough of the campaign in co-op that clocked in around 35 hours, grinded some extra stuff and took a detour to see the secret level, it became quite monotonous. There's a good chance I will not interact with the seasonal content at all because I'm kinda already over this game and we still have the DLC to beat. It's nice enough time, especially in co-op with friends. The quality of life that was very much absent from its predecessor is there, but the endgame grind seems so pointless to me in a basically single player co-op game. This also applies to Diablo 2, by the way. People who grind endgame content in Diablo games are fucking ridiculously goofy. I wish the game was a little bit shorter, to be honest. It did feel padded by the end. Still, it was nice enough. And then Reaper of Souls I played right after. This took like 2 hours. It was so like short. It literally took 2 hours to beat this DLC. What the fuck? If I bought it at launch for $40, I would be a smidge angry. Granted that this is an expansion pack and not a DLC, a lot of content I was interacting with in the base game was already from Reaper of Souls. To be honest, there's not much to say. Like any Diablo game, there is no story, there's a bad man, and you need to beat him to death because you're a good man. The bad man is Maltael, a fallen angel who looks like death. He looks and sounds extremely edgy, but his overall design is pretty neat. You go through environments, most of which are much more fun to look at than base Diablo 3, kill enemies which are pretty much just the same as in the base game, and then it's all over. It's just some mindless fun, especially in co-op. It's literally nothing special. Whoo-wee! Okay, so this is how the list is going to end up looking for now. I still have like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, okay, so 21 games to go through. I will go through these games at the bottom next stream, like at the beginning of next stream, and then I will do reactions because that next stream was supposed to be reactions. So I will actually save this when I'm done recording to not lose it. And then I will next stream I will wait. Let me show you the entire list so far. Resident Evil 1 at the bottom is in I refuse to rate it tier, the only game that will be there. So yeah, you have all of those games, and this is how they turned up at this point. Jesus Christ, my throat is literally giving in from all the talking I did. God damn. So hope you guys enjoyed it. There is more to come. Next stream we will finish this finally. And thank you very much for being here, supporting the channel, watching the streams. It means a world to me. Thank you.